I do want to announce that Commissioner Burnett will be absent from this morning of the meeting and will be in attendance later this afternoon. The members online, could you please introduce yourself and then we'll introduce commission members here in attendance today.
Peggy, do you want to go first or do you want me to? This is Robin Scribner. I am from Geraldine. I was appointed to the commission by Governor Gianforte, and I had a wonderful Easter with a lot of grandchildren, and they gave me strep. So that's why I am home. I really wish I was there.
For those of you on Zoom, are you seeing my screen share?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Taylor, are you online?
There we go. I think she's back. It looked like she got bumped out, but she's back in.
I couldn't hear anyone, so I thought I'd leave. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner Taylor. Thank you for joining us today. Good morning, everyone. My name is Paul. I come from Missoula, and this is a great time to be here. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tamara Hall, and I've been on the board almost a year in June. And I was appointed by Governor Gianforte, and I am learning a great deal and really enjoy these people I've met. Hi, Patricia Dubosky, Library Director at Montana State University, Maryland.
And welcome Superintendent Arts, another member of the commission.
Good.
I'd like to go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. In Helena with a virtual discussion today, going to be good, but those darn legislators, those pesky legislators are still at it. And so we're here in Helena working through a couple hearings today, about 8 of them, but very pleased to be on. Welcome.
Thank you, Superintendent. I'd like to add one update to today's agenda. During other business on today's meeting, we will also discuss the Library Commission legal opinion, subcommittee recordings, and elections. On behalf of Montana State Library, I would like to extend our deep gratitude to the community members and supporters of libraries across Montana for joining us for the next 2 days during the Montana Library Association's annual conference. We thank everyone involved for your hard work and dedication to ensure the future of our libraries. Together, we are able to guarantee access to resources, enable cooperation, exchange of information, education, research, and development. Genevieve, will you share with members online how to participate with chat, and will you moderate that chat for us today?
Yes, we chat will be allowed when announced for public comments. And so we prefer you to speak in person, so you can raise your hand and I'll track you. If for some reason audio issues, you can place your comments in the chat.
All right, thank you so much. First, I would like to thank and congratulate Jennifer Brunell for her hard work as the recipient of the Museum Association of Montana 2023 Peter Yegan Award. And congratulations.
I'll just add that Jen received that award after serving for 6 years on the Museums Association board in recognition of her service. And the Yegan Award was named after one of the organization's founder, Peter Yegan, who is from the Yellowstone Valley, and it honors excellence in the museum profession.
Okay, on to new business.
I want to acknowledge that the order of the agenda is a little unorthodox for this particular meeting. But we wanted to have an opportunity to really involve a number of our staff and other library professionals who are here for the conference itself. And the morning scheduling works better for everyone, and so that's why we're taking new business first. So thank you for your latitude in our unorthodox meeting agenda. I think Erin Cashaway should be online with us for our first action item, which is to consider the recommendation from the Land Information Advisory Council for our fiscal year 24 MLA grant award recipients. Erin, are you with us?
I am. Seems appropriate that I'm the first one up on the unorthodox agenda. All right, can you open the document, please? So as that's being pulled up, you will see in front of you a memo, and then hopefully attached to that, the actual breakdown of the grants that were submitted for fiscal year 2024 under the Montana Land Information Act grant program. So we had a total of 11 grants that were submitted this year, totaling over a request for 380,000 funds. We have prioritized only 250,000 funds, so we clearly could not fund all the grants, all the requests for grants. And so of the 11 grants that were requested, the Montana Land Information Advisory Council Subcommittee recommended the funding of the first 7 that you see here. And some of these grants come with recommendations and stipulations. And those are listed in that far right column. And so what you will see is the first one, there's no stipulations or recommendations from Missoula County. We recommend that it's fully funded. They're on year 4 of 5 of a grant program, multi-year project. And then you'll see that the second grant, which is Fort Peck, Assiniboine and Sioux tribes, we recommended that we fully fund the request. However, we also add an additional $1,300 to fund them to travel to both the GIS professionals meeting next year in Billings, and then also travel to either an MLIA council meeting or an MSL commission meeting. So we have we've increased their request by $1,300. The same goes for that next grant for Blaine County. The city of Great Falls, they have it slated to, I think, attend Big Sky GeoCon in their current scope of work, proposed scope of work. So our recommendation there is to fully fund. The following 2, Sheridan County and Custer County, again, we are asking them to come and present not only at the Big Sky GeoCon annual GIS Professionals Conference, but also at least once to either the MLA Council or the Commission. And then finally, Broadwater County has been significantly reduced due to some of the work that's already been completed in cooperation with the Montana State Library staff. And so some of this work has been done since the first request was actually submitted. And so we were able to work with Broadwater County and get some of this this objective 1.2 completed. And so we recommend not funding objective 1.2, but then also asking them to attend Big Sky GeoCon and in addition to that, a council meeting or commission meeting to give an update about their project over the next year. That's where we're at right now. We had a lot of really great grant submittals, and unfortunately we had to draw a line somewhere. And the ones that performed the best in under the grant requirements rose to the top. So these all fall in line with the goals of the Montana Land Information annual plan under the grant priorities. I am here for your questions.
Are there any questions from the commission?
Thank you for your good work there. Just in light of educating me and any who don't know. What is our role in this? And is this is bed? Is this, and then what do we usually do? Is this?
Yeah, so the source of funding for this grant program is through the Montana Land Information Act. Those, under that act, there's an account and a requirement that, I think it's now $2 per page of any recordation at for the county level be deposited in a land information account. $1.50 of that comes to the state library for our funding, and 50 cents of that stays at the county for funding GIS work at the county level. The commission is involved in reviewing and adopting a land information plan that's developed by the Land Information Advisory Council. And it was in that plan that was adopted in December that the $250,000 was budgeted for this grant program. Also in that land plan, the council identifies the priorities for the grant applications themselves. So these recipients have applied for grants under the priorities of that land information plan. So the commission's role is approving the land information plan, setting forth those priorities, and then considering the recommendation of the Land Information Advisory Council on their recommendations for the grant award. And then we monitor and extend the funds.
I just added, the commission approved the land information plan for this year's grants.
Right, that's what I thought. Yeah, so we won't be doing anything. Cause for, we'll do nothing for 24. Maybe next year, just.
Are you referring to the change in the legislation that's going through, or?
The grants and.
Yeah, so this particular grant award that you're considering here, if approved, these grants would take effect July 1. And the dollars would be distributed to the grant recipients based on their completion of the requirements that they've laid forward in the grant. Come next year, then there is the opportunity to use the same land plan, just review and consider the same land plan or make amendments to the land plan. That will be determined by the council, and then ultimately their again recommendation would come to the full commission. If nothing changes in the land plan, then those priorities would continue to be priorities for the what would be the 25 FY25 grant cycle. And then go through
Why did
this
Bill
process
and
again.
Phillips and Lincoln and Teton, what kind of thing did they not? Was it based on mostly it looks like information and technology?
Aaron, can you speak to the applications that were not recommended for funding?
Is the question, I didn't quite hear the question.
Can you speak to why the applications that are not recommended for funding were not recommended?
Oh, sure. Well, we have a competitive grant program, and the materials are posted in January as according to rule, and under that it's broken out on how each grant application will be scored. And those ones that fell below the line did not score as highly as the other ones. I believe that if we had enough funding, we would have at least funded Hill, Phillips, and Lincoln County, because they fell very, they were very relevant. They were projects that aligned with the MLI grant tiers priorities. However, they just didn't score as highly as the first 7.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah.
Maybe next year.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe next year those folks can mind.
Exactly.
Yeah, I will say that the one thing about at least the Hill County and Phillips County grants, you know, they're all in line up at the top of the state. We already started speaking with some of those folks and that trying to encourage them to work together for next year to submit a regional grant. And we of course aren't gonna let this project kind of fall off our radar because they're interested and we're interested as well. We also received we were gifted some points, control points, which is what Hill County is trying to collect. So the Hill County, based on this information that we did receive, will see an adjustment in addition to perhaps next year filling out another MLIA grant. They will be adjusted sometime probably within the next year. And then Lincoln County, we have a close working relationship with the Secretary of State's office. There is funding available through HAVA funds to support this project. And so I plan on working directly with Lincoln County, taking the proposal that they submitted to us, working with them, updating the proposal, and then submitting it to the Secretary of State's office to try to get some of those grant funds. So there is an option for these grants in the future to potentially be funded through us or perhaps the Secretary of State's office.
Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
Thank you.
Is there a motion by member of the commission to approve the grant awards? Motion by Commissioner Grabowski. Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Commissioner Holman. Motion to approve the grants awards. Is there any further discussion from the commission or members of the public? Hearing no further discussion, I'll call for a vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. You know, Jody will join us.
Don't know. I don't know if Jody is on the line. So your
Thank you.
next. Oh,
I was just gonna
go
say
ahead, Amy.
thank you, everyone. Sean and I will work hard at getting the contracts created and look forward to having some of these grant recipients present to you in future meetings. I'm gonna log off. You can text me if you need me, Jenny.
Thanks, Aaron.
Thanks, Aaron.
Bye.
Your next action item is a recommendation to reappoint 3 members of our current Network Advisory Council to additional 3-year terms on this council. I think some of you are new from when we adopted a new process of nominating members to the Network Advisory Council. So we are in the 3rd year of seating this council. So Susie and Laura Lynn were appointed to 2-year terms initially, and they are eligible for another reappointment to a 3-year term. Mitch Grady was appointed to the commission to the council this past December, filling out a term that had been vacated. So he is completing 1 2-year term and is also eligible for appointment for another 3-year term. And then according to the bylaws of the Network Advisory Council, he would be eligible for reappointment 1 more time. The process is that staff and the current chair of the Network Advisory Council, Jody Moore, develop a slate that's then reviewed by Commissioner Johnson and Commissioner Taylor for recommendation to the full commission. And so we are recommending that Mitch Grady, Susie McIntyre, and Dorlyn Rossman be reappointed to serve another 3-year term on the Network Advisory Council.
For a motion for a member of the commission to approve.
Does this open up to people who might want to be on it? Are people where it's a pretty open process if other people want to serve?
We don't have an application process. It is a process where staff and members of the council consider who might be appropriate to recommend to serve on that council. We look to leaders within the library community to serve on that council. Lori is currently the vice chair of the Network Advisory Council.
Lori, would you be open to a question?
Sure. Do you feel like people in the library? I mean, people are aware that this opportunity is out there, and if they chose to kind of put their name in, they would let someone know.
Yeah, we, yeah, they would.
Okay,
Yeah, I send out, usually when I send out stuff, because I'm also the Broad Valley Federation coordinator, and so when I send stuff out, I send it out to like our regional 21 libraries that are going. And I know that there's a couple of ones that also do that as well. So we try to, and the state library is awesome, not letting everybody know,
okay,
like what's happening in the library room. Like they have that newsletter that comes out, which is super awesome, so everybody's aware of it. We let our staff know.
oh, I just worry always in any organization, any group, any. About group thinking, the same people serve and the same people serve it. I always,
The time.
yeah, and I'd like to make sure that lots of people have the opportunity. And they do.
Yeah.
Thank you. I would move that we accept the advisory council site.
I'll second it. This is Peggy.
Moved by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Taylor to approve the Network Advisory Council members slate. Is there any further discussion from members of the commission? Or any discussion from members of the public?
I like our group. I mean, we all bring something different to the table and it's a good group to work with. And I think that's why they want to keep staying on is because we finally got the groove of things. So we're able to,
That's a good sign.
yeah, that's great.
Thanks, Lori. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Hi,
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, excellent library services award resolution.
Why we say that? Okay.
I'm Suzanne Reimer and voted most likely to present a couple of things today because I'm the local billings consultant. So they figured I'd be here. And first one is the ELSA Award, the Excellent Library Services Award. And this is something that we present every year and libraries can apply for it. Usually we have a series of questions that we ask them about their library services. And then we review them and pretty much those who apply get it because they made the effort and they've shown that they have provided excellent library services. And so you can see the list of libraries that are you receive it and they receive it at conference. That's why we're asking you to approve it this year. And it's a nice diverse group of libraries. And just in case you were interested in, let's see if I can remember this. Get you answer for my own self sometimes. If you're interested in a couple of the answers of things that people gave it. No, we're not going to call that out because it doesn't like my connection to my cellular network. But I can get those to you if you're interested in what they're, since I'm not staying here, I'm not on the Wi-Fi, I'm using my phone, I'm too far away from it apparently. But one of the things about this that we like is getting libraries to toot their own horn, which a lot of times they're doing really good stuff and they're very shy about saying it. So we're trying to say, what kinds of great things you do that you can share with your peers. And hopefully then they can inspire, they can give ideas and inspire other libraries to try new things and to improve their services overall. So it's a work in progress as far as what kinds of questions we're asking and hopefully getting more libraries to apply and take advantage of this. But I think it's pretty exciting that so many have applied and are going to receive the award this year. Any questions?
I have one question. I read through the application. I thought it was impressive. These people do a lot of work.
Yes.
And to get it every year, like I know that Bozeman, where I'm from, does. I wondered if you could forward to the commission, if they already have it, but a copy of the form. Because it's pretty impressive what they fill out, I think. And I wonder if the commissioners thought that would be helpful.
Yeah, we could certainly do that.
It just shows how much work they do.
And like I say, Pam, picked out a few of the best answers that she thought, and also shared those with you. She sure if you want to get some idea, some response if you got, we thought would be great.
So Pam, this is Elsie, and thank you for your work with this. And you know, in Montana, we do more than 100%. So this is over and above the work that they do, and I very much appreciate that. My question is on the type of questions, the evaluation criteria. Has it been amended recently? How often is that criteria reviewed and recommended differently, or has the criteria remained the same for a length of time?
We've been amending these annually, and did kind of a major revision a couple of years ago on it. So, and now we're just kind of fine tuning it. But yeah, we are correct. We are working on it. It's a work in progress. We're fine tuning.
Excellent. And then another question, when it comes to, I mean, there's quite a lengthy list here, although I know that there are others that could be. Is it given in a certificate that's visible to the patrons? Is it a certificate hanging on a wall? How is it that they are being awarded?
Yes, we give them a certificate, and like I say, we generally hand it out at conference. And many libraries display them prominently, so they're quite proud of it.
We also encourage libraries to do press releases to announce the awards that they've received in their local media.
Thank you.
All right, hearing no further discussion. Thank you, Suzanne.
But I think we need action.
Yep, we do. Is there a motion to approve the Excellent Library Services Award resolution?
I will move that we approve the resolution.
For a second,
I was saying.
moved by Commissioner Taylor, seconded by Commissioner Hall to adopt the Excellent Library Services Award resolution. Is there any further discussion from members of the commission? Is there any discussion from members of the public?
I was nervous for a minute.
Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carries.
Dylan and Lewis down there in.
Yeah, congratulations.
Right, and that's it for actions for new business.
So we want to take some time to do a deep dive into a couple of different reports for the commission. Typically, we present and share our Library Services and Technology Act report with the commission at your February commission meeting. And usually it's just a written report, the report that we submit to the Institute of Museum and Library Services that explains how we've spent those LSTA funds. This year, we are submitting that report at the end of April because we've been directed by MLS to submit it at the same time that we submit our report on our American Rescue Plan Act expenditures. And so we wanted to take some time to go into detail on how we spend our LSTA dollars and also the impact that we've had with our American Rescue Plan Act dollars over the past couple of years. And we felt like this was a great opportunity to do so since we're at the Library Association conference and we want to be really transparent in what the impacts have been so that people in the library community can see that information. So we have organized a number of staff and other guests who are going to share information about the impact of the funds. To start, I have asked Melissa to share an overview of the funding sources, where those dollars come from, the process by which they are awarded to the state library. And so we'll do that first for our LSTA awards, followed by our American Rescue Plan Act awards. Thank the staff for their hard work in preparing for these presentations to the commission, and for other members of the library community that are going to be with us to share as well. Melissa, I'll turn it over to you to talk first about the LSTA funds.
Hey, great. Thanks, Jenny. Genevieve, could I ask that you go back to the PDF on the previous tab and then go to the very last page so we can look at the financial report? Thanks. So the Library Services and Technology Act Grant Award is an annual grant that the state library receives from the Institute of Museum and Library Services. And it's funded based on population to each state. It's an ongoing grant that we've had for many, many, many years. And so it is included in our House Bill 2 budget. So it's appropriation that is revisited each legislative session. And in fact, during this legislative session was increased to match our grant award for the upcoming years. A little bit of background on the LSTA award. It is, like I said, awarded every single year. However, the grant period for each grant spans 2 federal fiscal years. So that starts October 1st and then ends 2 years later. And so what that means for us at the state is that each grant spans 3 state fiscal years. So there is, it's a complicated process for us to track over 3 state years with a new grant being awarded each year. So for 1 quarter of every year, there are 3 open LSTA grants. We've been working hard to streamline that process and align the spending of those grants in a way that makes it easier for us to track, but the mechanisms within Sabres make it really easy. And so we track these dollars using what we call projects in Sabres. And so you can see on the first column here the names of each project, and that's how we track them within Sabres, our accounting system. Excuse me. So LSTA 21 is our grant that ended on September 30th of 2022. The total amount for that grant was $1.2 million, give or take a few. A couple of things that I wanted to point out that stood out a little bit was the $0 in the budgeted column for the Directors Institute, and then also the $0 budgeted on the evaluation project. A little bit of background on those 2. The evaluation, which is completed every 5 years, is a requirement of the LSTA grant and something that IMLS relies heavily upon. And so we inadvertently missed that in this year's budget. And so we did add it in. Luckily, the timing of that was good because of spending during COVID that was hard to budget, hard to track. So we did end up having extra money, so that worked out well. So that's why you see a $0 here, but we did spend $23,000 on that requirement for the grant. In a similar vein for the Directors Institute, we did not anticipate we did not include that in the budget originally, but because expenditures changed according to plan because of the COVID-19, we were able to put on the LSTA 21 Directors Institute. Staff will follow my talk here, and they will go through each individual project. and talk about the kinds of work that is included in each of those projects, which will explain, why we're spending dollars on each of those. So I will let them talk about their good work. And then I'm here for questions if you guys want to revisit or bounce back to budget questions towards the end. And then we'll do the same thing for the ARPA dollars next.
We do have a bit of an order we're going to follow, so I would ask that commissioners hold your questions until the end. Just a couple of other points I wanted to make. As Melissa said, we're required to prepare a 5-year plan and then a 5-year evaluation. We have a program officer at IMLS. His name is Dennis Nangle, and he often comes out for site visits, typically once every 5 years. And so he will be here in June. And depending on the timing of his visit, we may be able to bring him to your June commission meeting, so you have a chance to meet him. And then the other thing I wanted to note is that in terms of the kinds of projects as well as budget allocations, we work very closely with our Network Advisory Council to get their feedback and input on the priorities for the work of the state library. So that is a really important component of our outreach and engagement in the library community, to make sure that the kinds of projects that we budget for and that you're going to hear about are meeting the needs of libraries across the state. So first, I'm going to invite Amy to come up and talk about the Montana Shared Catalog. Amy Martwick is the lead system administrator for our Montana Shared.
Good morning, everyone. As Jenny said, I'm the lead system administrator for the Montana Shared Catalog. So I'm gonna sort of give you an in-depth overview of what the shared catalog even is, and then the services we provide to our member libraries that allows them to better serve their communities. So it's a cooperative library consortium. It currently involves more than 200 libraries in more than 100 Montana communities. We include every type of library: public, school, academic, medical, special libraries, government agency libraries. And the mission of the Montana Shared Catalog is to connect libraries and their users through resource sharing, collaboration, and cutting edge technology. It was formed in 2002 with 17 initial libraries, and over the last 21 years, it's grown to its current size. So we've had a lot of growth and success over those years. The consortium has bylaws and internal committees that contribute to its governance and operations. The member libraries are one of our funding sources, and so they, as the both the overarching support some of the consortia, as well as sort of the customer consortia, have a lot of control of direction, and they do a lot of things to direct folks. They approve their own budget. They approve the budget, how their money is spent. The shared catalog has some goals that all the member libraries agree on and work towards, and a lot of those are to leverage the benefits of working together. They work in the application period, they say things are they pledge to mutually improve the delivery of library materials and services to their users, further the process of libraries helping libraries, increase collegial interaction between participating librarians, promote collaborative and consortium behavior, and further the Montana State Library's goal of developing libraries through network services, as well as supporting and improving the consortium itself. We use a combination of funding sources. We receive LSD federal funds, we receive some state funds, and as I said, we get funds directly from the member librarians. The benefits of this pool funding are immense. We have libraries of every different size, and many of them would not have any way to purchase what they get through the shared catalog on their own, just due to the scaling and costs. The state library also supports the shared catalog by providing startup and migration funding for new libraries. Typically that comes out of LSJ. Sometimes it's
one of our other funding sources. But there's always a cost to bringing the library on vendors, you know, when you're migrating and doing changes and transporting data across systems. There's charges for that as well, and many libraries can afford the year-to-year costs, but the startup costs are generally higher and would be completely out of their budget, so the state library provides those startup costs as well. So the services and benefits we provide to our member libraries, it allows them to more efficiently provide higher value and better quality for their patrons and their communities. The main resource that we have pooled is a library automation system. And that's basically an integrated library system. It's software, it's server software, but it is fully featured. There's different levels of this kind of software that the basic it just tracks what they would check out. Since we have more than 200 libraries and all different types, we have we purchased one of the most complicated ones, fully function ones on the market. We help librarians maintain their collection, their patron database, and track all of the transactions involved in running a library. Everything from checking items out, allowing patrons to place holds, managing their acquisitions budget, purchasing items from their vendors and tracking them as they come in, adding them to their collection. Additionally, we have an online card catalog system that patrons across the state or across the world, it's on the internet, can access to check their accounts. They can place hold, they can search to see if their library has material. It ties in to some of our other electronic options where they can get digital material. So all of the state libraries digitized publications, or if they search for it in our online catalog, they get a link and they can go to see those. We have a mobile app, so people can do that on their phone, provides all the same functions. It allows librarians to contact their patrons in a timely fashion through email, printed letter, text messaging. And as you can imagine, since it's a lot of functions, these systems can be very, very expensive. Since we purchase collectively, it gives the librarians access at a far lower cost than we get if they purchase them separately. And as members, they don't have to maintain individual servers. Like if they have this software, they'll have to have a computer to run it on, and IT staff to run it on. As since we do this collectively, the state library manages all of that. So they all get the benefit of that as well. So basically, we provide the back-end utilities for these libraries of the library services at the highest level we can. So the librarians can focus on providing services to their communities. They don't want to be in the back trying to make that computer turn on. They just want to log in and do their library work. In our system currently, like I said, we have over 200 libraries. We have over 3.5 million items that patrons can check out, and over 430,000 registered patrons. So
I want to point out 430,000 registered patrons is more than 40% of the population. Pretty astounding.
Another key service that the shared catalog consortium provides for our member libraries is the staff employed by the state library to administer the project and support the librarians and services. We have 5 full-time MSC specific staff as well as support from Kara Orban. Staff administer, configure, and monitor that software. We also provide technical support for our member libraries. One of the state libraries dashboards shows how many tickets we get from the member libraries on a monthly basis. And we help them. So if they have a problem with the software, again, they don't have to try to figure it out. They just jump onto our help desk, open a ticket, and we do all the troubleshooting so they can get back to helping their patrons. And again, the pool funding provides for more than any library could purchase on their own. Some of our smallest libraries have no IT staff. And so they can, for the shared catalog services, they can contact us. They don't have to do it. There is also the benefit of shared expertise. Since this is at promoting a collegial
interaction between librarians, since they all share the same system and they're all part of this consortium. They have a built-in community of colleagues who can provide suggestions and support for each other. A lot of times they work very closely, they can call up and ask each other. When a new library joins and goes live, we often have a neighboring library who is already on the system, send a librarian over on the first day to provide help and just be there for that changeover. That's always a little nerve wracking. Somebody who's already on the system and used to it, come in to help them. And then within the system, we also have several sharing groups who go even further with resource sharing. We have we call it resource sharing groups. They allow patrons of all the members of that internal group to check out at any of their libraries. So if you have a card and you're in one of those groups, our largest group of that is called the partner sharing group. You can take your card and check out at any other member library of that group. Additionally, you can place holds on items your library may not own, have them sent across the state to check out at your library, or you can check it out there. So that is an additional benefit. And another one of our dashboards shows different items in transit any given month, and it's often oh yeah. So we like for fiscal year 22 so far, we have sent 266,000 items across the state to fill holds. So, and in the last year, we our monthly circulation for checkouts from patrons all across the state is monthly about 350, averages about 350,000 checkouts a month. State. We provide a lot of cool benefits for those librarians.
Amy, I have a question. How much of your budget comes from state and member funding? Obviously, specific, you just throw out a percent.
So I can tell you based on our anticipated budget for this coming year, our member revenues is $488,000. So that's the member funding. We get usually around $100,000 in state funds. And then the number that I don't have the exact amount for is the staffing, which is we use federal funds for that. We pay for 2.6% of our staffing is paid for out of that 480 from the members, and the rest is paid for through LST.
Thank you.
That's great.
Thank you so much. One more, we have 2 more questions. Mr. Hall.
Forgive me for getting so elementary with my questions, but do I have to be in a library to use the shared catalog? I mean, do I have to join the library?
So
Like, how could I get on?
yeah, if you, a lot of the services are dependent on having a library card,
Okay.
but many of our libraries allow for online registration, especially we rolled it out during COVID. Where if you get on our online card catalog, you can search the catalog whether you're a member or not. It's just an open search. It's like going to Amazon and searching if they have a book. You can see if your local library has a card.
What's the begin with?
It's ntsc.ent.crc.net. So it's not,
Send that to us.
Yes,
we do send them.
yeah, and
Yeah, or if you're in Bozeman, you can go to the Bozeman Public
Right.
Library
It's
website
like
and you'll
Go
see.
there or you do it.
from there.
There's a free app you can use.
Yeah,
It's called the
that's right.
MSC app, and you get it on your phone and you click on it and you can go through and you can find, you can get on the shared catalog and find all of your books.
Yeah, go to my app store and put in MSCM.
Montana shared catalog.
And any of our member libraries, their patrons start at different websites, so they go to Bozeman Public Library website or Missoula's, and those libraries have a link directly to the card catalog. So that it's easier for their patrons to get it there, so you can use that, and then if your library is one of the ones that allows. Online registration, you could register right then, maybe place the hold, and then if you go into your library, get the card, then check the item.
So here's a really embarrassing question. Is it all digital sharing or is there some physical?
There's some physical, so that's the libraries that are in those sharing groups, they send physical items through the archive system across the state to. The other members of this,
Because we don't have books in at the state library, so they are getting them from other libraries.
correct, so like in Bozeman is part of one of our sharing groups, Bridgernet, so the Gallatin County Libraries, if you have a card from any of those libraries. Use that, and
So we can get a book 2 buildings or something. Okay, and then, is there any protection of what children can go on and ask for? Like, is there any protection to children of what they might be trying to get from other libraries? Here, is there a
Can I answer that?
Yeah.
It's
parental
all
guidance?
parental. Yep, so like when we, especially in the app and things like that. The parents are usually the ones that have the card and all of the stuff pops off on the parents and what the kids are looking at and what books they've requested. So it's all parental, and you leave it up to the parents, it's not up to the library.
Absolutely perfect.
in addition to that. The state library provides the software, but those individual libraries all have their own policies.
Right.
So we don't do
Gotcha.
anything, so the schools have their policies in the public, so that they're all following their internal policies, we don't do any infringement.
Okay. So some libraries have a parental protection and some don't.
It all depends on the
Yeah,
parents.
on that, well, yes, exactly, as it should.
Yeah.
And then I know this is an interesting or strange question, but you mentioned hospitals. I don't think it is surprising that the medical schools, et cetera. Are they paying some kind of fee to take part in all the expenses?
Yeah, so every library that's a member pays a yearly fee, that's part of that $480,000 to get, and then that cost is based on their size and their usage of the system, so. The library that,
But
The
it's a
med-
hospital library.
yes,
Oh,
yeah, so it's different agencies, like Department of Transportation is one of our members.
Okay,
The Department of Transportation, their library is part of our system, so.
I guess I didn't realize hospitals had libraries. I know lawyers.
Yeah, the law library, also one of our member libraries, the state law
But they
library.
pay a fee to use. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Amy. Melissa, who's next?
Thank you.
I'm gonna invite Suzanne. Suzanne's gonna talk about the consulting program.
We'll talk about the consulting program. There are 3 of us and we cover the entire state. It's broken down by federations, so each of us.
For a moment, the sound switched on.
Okay.
For you, the second.
Those online, can you hear us?
Yes.
Thank you.
Like I said, we break down by federations. And so each of us serves 2 federations in the state. And so we provide support to those federations and we also work primarily with libraries in those federations. And the consulting support we provide, it varies widely from library to library. We help new directors with their orientation and figuring out what their job is and just providing them a resource in the state to help answer their questions as they're learning the job. We provide training to boards and board orientation and specific kinds of trainings that are requested by boards. We work with libraries on strategic planning. We troubleshoot things, we help them work with state programs. And help them with standards and statistics and a lot of those things that we require from them. We try to make annual visits to each of our libraries, site visits. And that's often when we find out what's going on at the library, and some of them are kind of shy about calling, and so they'll wait until the annual visit to talk about whatever it is that has been concerning them for the past year, which is always kind of something. Wait on that, but it just becomes, but anyway, that's a good way to kind of keep things, keep the connections going. And so and then also we have statewide projects that we work with and we support. And so you can see Pam working with Elsa. Tracy has been working with the ARPA wiring project, and one that I'll be presenting for her later on. I do a lot of work with technology. I'm a great coordinator for the state. We're working with broadband, things like that. And so, so people across the state will contact us for help with any of those specific issues. And Tracy's also kind of known as the law person, so people will consult her on a lot of those kinds of issues. And so, it varies widely. It's two kinds of things. That's one of the fun things about it, is you never know what you're going to be working with from one time to the next.
Then questions for Suzanne about the consulting program?
I would just share that I've had the opportunity to be on the Federation study to represent this commission. And one of the points that have come clear at all our meetings is how much they appreciate you. And that they appreciate your help when they need something. Just to share that, thank you. That's always good to hear. Thank you.
Thanks, Suzanne.
Sorry, I don't know. Are we at public comment? Having consulting librarians, like you said, it's just something we cannot say how much we appreciate. It is a phenomenal resource, and it really helps us too, because working with things like local government funding and library budgets, having the consulting librarians there lets us better steward our local resources, and that is this incredible service. I can't say how much we appreciate. Next, I'm going to ask Amelia to talk about some of our lifelong learning programs. I'm Amelia. I am the lifelong learning. And for lifelong learning, I provide support to public libraries to help them create, develop, and improve programming and services to their patrons. My job is very, very fun. The support happens through a combination of professional development, training, program development, and partnership coaching. I could say a lot about lifelong learning, but today I'm just going to focus on the Ready to Read Early Literacy Initiative, as well as the MLN Montana Library Network for programming since 2021. So we're Ready to Read. Ready to Read is our early literacy initiative. Through our public libraries, we provide support, information, resources, fund programming to families and young children aged 0 to 5. We believe parents and caregivers are children's first and best teachers, and we want to help foster those strong connections with their children so that they can provide all the support that children need to grow, thrive, be curious, and so one of our big projects last year was the Ready to Read Rendezvous, and that is our early literacy focused conference in October 2022. So it was a whole weekend with early literacy experts. We learned about early childhood development, brain development, how adults can support this, how libraries can support this, and lots of foundational knowledge, but also a lot of great immediately applicable stuff that librarians can take to their libraries and use in their work. So we had 16 attendees from 14 different libraries. The attendees were mostly librarians. We did have one trustee and one dedicated volunteer, which was very excited about.
And all attendees were expected to design and work on a project after the rendezvous, applying what they had learned. And so for this past rendezvous, we decided to kind of switch the project part up a bit. We included a workshop on project design and goal setting, which I think is very helpful for librarians to think more concretely about how they want to apply their learning. And then since the rendezvous, I have been doing 3-month check-ins with all of these students just to see how are things going, what have you been using, you know, what goals did you have and what did you accomplish and how are things going. And it has been incredible to see not just the short-term effects of what people immediately took away from the rendezvous, but the long-term how their relationship with the knowledge they learned has been changing, how they've been applying it and how the project has been evolving. And now especially they're starting to, we're at the 6-month mark, feedback and patrons has really started to change and alter their projects and their goals. That's been really exciting to see. I'm hoping at the end of the year, I can do a long-term report on where people started from, where they are now, and where they're hoping to go. And so just seeing the long-term impact of this work has been really fun and it's been really good. We're having an online reunion webinar for the rendezvous attendees in May, so I'm hoping that'll be a chance for the attendees to share with each other how their projects are going and how things are going. Another Ready to Read update, we have a training that we'll be doing in the fall. It's the Reimagining School Readiness training. And we did this for the first time last year in the fall. I have been working with a frontline librarian, Bailey Gibson, from the Madison Valley Public Library. So she and I got trained in this training in January, and then we did it for the first time. Or we actually did it in April, and then we did it again in October. And reception from the librarians has been really, really positive, again, full of immediately applicable stuff that they can start using and incorporating into their storytelling. So we're planning to offer it again this year virtually to our librarians. And this year I'm also hoping to add that sort of more explicit project aspect to this training. So I can sort of see how people are. So that's already to read. Another thing that we've been working on is the Montana Library Network virtual programming series. And so this actually was an idea from the Lifelong Learning Core Services Committee. Virtual programming, of course, started during the pandemic, and not everything translated well into virtual programming, but we found that these sort of speaker presentations with experts on topics of particular interest actually worked very well for virtual programming. So we decided to pull our resources together, and we have done virtual programs on sort of, it's on a quarterly basis, and now it's kind of moved to like a monthly, bi-monthly, as people are available kind of basis. But the series has been very successful this year. We've had 4 speakers so far, and we have one coming up later on in April, foraging for wild mushrooms with Dr. Kathy Kurtz from NSU. And so reception from both public libraries and their patrons has been extremely positive. These virtual programs, I, along with Bobby and Filet, have been facilitating them. They're just so energetic, really fun. The chat is extremely lively. People are very engaged with the speakers, and the speakers have been wonderful. In the beginning, the Lifelong Learning Committee and I kind of brainstormed some ideas of, things that they had heard from patrons about what they wanted to learn about. But now we've gotten enough attendees where the patrons themselves are starting to suggest topics and speakers that they're interested in. So it's been really great to reach out to people. And the speakers have all been so excited about presenting to the Montana public libraries. And we've had a lot of patrons who have explicitly said that they're very grateful for this series because they live in rural areas and they wouldn't be able to access this. So we've had 6 programs total from April 2022.
We have had over 400 registrants to all of these programs, with 330 attendees, with over 300 views on YouTube, and those numbers continue to grow. And the Foraging for Wild Mushrooms topic has been very, very popular. So we have over 200 people registered for that webinar on the 20th, and that continues to grow. I get an email every time. So I think we have a limit of 500. I don't know if we're going to reach that, but there have been a lot of people. So right now we're working on scheduling our virtual programs for next year, August 2022 to May 2024, and we'll probably have it ready for functions.
Questions?
How many staff do you have? You're getting a lot now. Is this the appropriate place to ask about the outreach to the disabled community?
So that actually has been a topic that's come through the Lifelong Learning Committee. There are librarians who are doing work in that area in their libraries. And sort of adjacent to that conversation, I have been talking with Marilyn, the Talking Book Library, in terms of combining our outreach efforts for just, publicizing the Talking Book Library services more to people. So there's kind of a lot of conversations that are happening. There's not really specific like statewide programming. A lot of programming I think just happens on an individual level. So we're just facilitating sharing between libraries. So people are, asking, what are you doing? How are you addressing this? How are you doing programming?
I was on the Montana Disability Council, and we do have a 53-year-old mentally disabled daughter. And I just feel like this is a real area of need in our state. The disabled community, the mentally disabled community would be thrilled to come into the libraries and have a reading time at their level. Even if you had maybe 2 different groups, depending on, because they are like kids with all different levels, young people. But our daughter still loves to be read to at 5th grade. But I just really would love to see a seminar. I guess you don't call them seminars. Anyway, that you maybe help the communities. And I know that there are people that I've talked to at the Disability Council, some of the clients on there that absolutely are the peers. And, they're very, very wonderful, high functioning, open and sharing about what their needs would be. And when I talked to them about it, they were thrilled. So whether they live in a group home or the community independent living, it's a huge need. I just share that with you.
Yeah, that's suggestion, if you don't mind. When we meet with all the other librarians and we get a visit with the commissioners, this would be a great time for you to bring it up. Because I've never really thought about that until you just said it. And so I think that's great. I am collaborating with Missoula on the dementia program. So I was going to talk to Amelia about it this week to see if we can live stream it or somehow from our library, where we can have that, where people can come in, because we have the dementia that they did for librarians is great, and I think it needs to be done. So, but bring it up to the librarians themselves in your commission meeting, and I think you'll get some takers.
That would be great. I know in my head, I have this retired teacher reading to them, which would involve, and our seniors reading to them.
Yeah.
It would be an incredible two-way street to help both groups.
There's a Montana retired teacher sorority
Right.
in Montana, and that I work with. And I would be like getting a hold of that group too would be great.
So thank you for your idea.
Yeah, really appreciate that.
Next, we have Colette to talk about our continuing education program.
This is really helpful. Thank you.
Oh, I'm glad.
Good morning, everyone. I've been schlepping things in and out of the building, so forgive me if I'm a little out of breath. So I am pleased to be with you this morning. I'm Colette Bartow. I've been with the State Library again for
just over a year now in continuing education coordinator role. Just, you know, I think I would say two highlights for me have been to see a real increase in the amount of activity around our certification program with outreach that we've done specifically through our newsletters, making improvements to our website and doing a lot of outreach through partnership with Amelia and Bobby DeMontney, just to promote the opportunities and the big options for our librarians, our trustees and staff members to engage in professional development. So that's one really big highlight for me. The other is just I mentioned this as a point of interest and need for the commission. We haven't had a chance to take a look at our newly refurbished and new content in the State Library YouTube channel. So we're having a lot of engagement from librarians and trustees and staff members again with the content that we're providing, recorded webinars and meetings and that sort of thing. So in terms of looking at, again, a staff of one for continuing education, leaning into our partnerships and our expertise within our team at the State Library, and then using tools like Aspen, like I'm just using our YouTube channel as an example, we're able to really multiply the reach that we have. And we're really paying attention to those metrics, both whether it's YouTube, our new online learning platform, engagement with our website to really see the increase in the specific outreach. Those are just a couple of things that I wanted to highlight for you this morning, and happy to answer any questions.
Is it continuing education for librarians, continue their education or for teachers?
So continuing education for librarians, and for directors in particular, for library staff members, and then we also have been, really paying attention to the need of public library trustees for training. So both in person, for instance, Tracy Cook right now is hosting a pre-conference session that's designed to really teach trustees and directors about their roles and responsibilities and understanding budgeting and that sort of thing at the local level. So yes, our focus with continuing education as supported by the Library Services and Technology Act funds is really on continuing education for librarians and those who work their library.
So are you affiliated with college so they continue with it? When I see continuing it, I think about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
that, yes, so we offer credits through our certification program at the State Library. I'm gonna be talking to you more specifically about that in June with recommended changes to the requirement. You can pick up a lovely purple ribbon at the registration booth if you are certified through the State Library. Add that to your badge today. But yes, we offer the credits and then both with the courses, the workshops, the webinars that we do. We give credits for those who want to claim it. And then we also partner with organizations like Web Junction, which is a nationwide organization that does online learning webinars, that sort of thing, specifically for the library. So we offer credits for those opportunities.
But not with a college or no, but through you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the budget I see is 93,000. What is that mostly taken up by?
So personal services is the largest part of that. So personal services is salary and benefits for the position, and then the other are operational expenses that contribute to part of our online learning platform. When we do, let's say in the next fiscal year, we're going to have a fall workshop that we host in Great Falls. So those LSTA funds help support those in-person opportunities as well. Yeah. Questions for Corleen?
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yes, Again, sorry for being a little out of breath. Does anybody know if Sherry is with us? We're gonna talk about the impacts for her library. Let's see her with us. Now always come back to her too. All right, really.
Hello, I'm Marilyn Bennett. I am outreach and digital resources librarian, and I also manage the Talking Book Library, which is what we get to talk about today. The LSTA grant provided $180,226 for the Montana Talking Book Services during 2021 award year. The award included position expenses for 6 full-time employees, as well as operating expenses for the program. And my staff and I put those dollars to hard work. Due to COVID concerns, we were unable to have volunteers in the building the majority of the year to help us with our operations. So LSTA money went toward hiring a temp position to assist our circulation clerk in keeping up with the mailing, receiving, and maintaining of our physical book collection. During this time period, we helped connect 1,774 Montana patrons with 110,000 books. And our readers advisors made and received over 17,000 phone calls from patrons all over the states. Without the help of volunteers, our recording studio was closed half of the year. However, during that time, our recording director was still able to edit and upload Montana-made books to the BARD, which is Braille and Audio Reading Download websites for people across the world to read. Our volunteers returned in December of 2021 to help us record new book titles. In total, we recorded and uploaded 21 book titles to BARD during this time. Some fun titles included Montana Curiosities, Quirky Characters, Roadside Oddities, and Offbeat Fun by Edgar Thoreau, and Beyond School Marms and Madams, Montana Women's Stories by Martha Cole. And Haunted Helena, Montana's Queen City Ghosts by Ellen Donovan, which is a very requested title. It's a good book. Talking Books made and maintained good relationships with organizations throughout the states and made virtual presentations at Montana Association of the Blind and the National Federation of the Blind Montana's chapter annual conferences, as well as the Montana Activities Directors Training. We were able to attend the Montana Federation of Public Employees Conference and the 2022 Tri-Conference in Missoula. Through a combination of virtual and in-person presentations, our outreach sessions engaged 220 patrons, caregivers, and librarians. In June of 2022, the Montana State Library entered into a partnership with Utah State Library to provide more resilience and robust talking book services to Montana patrons. In this contract, Utah provides readers advisory, circulation services, and other program enhancements. Montana State Library will utilize the cost savings achieved through the contract to hire additional staff to support and promote talking book services throughout Montana. The goals of this partnership are to grow the number of talking book patrons and spread awareness of the services through outreach to blind and low vision communities and other underserved populations that can benefit from our services. We also seek to provide service improvements and more stability and resiliency to the program. In closing, I would like to read some of the feedback I've received from talking book patrons, so you can hear in their own words how much this service means to them. My family and I would like to express our appreciation for the many enjoyable hours of entertainment and education provided to our mother when she was unable to do much else with her time and energy. It saved her sanity some days. Thank you so much for your service. It brought many hours of enjoyment. I'm not sure what we could have done without it. I wanted to let you know, all of you know, who work in the talking books section, how much you added to my mother's life. My mother was always an avid reader, but when her eyesight began to fail, reading even large print books became difficult. After several years of not being able to read, she decided she just have to give up on this most enjoyable part of her life. Then the driver of her local bookmobile told us about the Talking Book Library. Apparently, there was a way for her to continue her lifelong affair with books. Over the past 15 years, Lurstadt learned what my mother liked to read and sit for books that were just what she wanted. I wanted to thank everyone who works on the Talking Book Library staff for your efforts in providing such a valuable service to local or blind Montans. You will never see the joy that you bring to those whose world shrinks with every passing day. But as someone who has seen firsthand the joy you bring, I say, bless all of you. Thank you.
Thanks, Carolyn. Good question.
Right here, what's the criteria? For what should choose the volunteers? Read and go on the beat?
Oh, for us to report.
Yes.
So we like to record either. That's okay. So we like to record Montana, either Montana written by Montana authors or really about Montana subjects. So there's a lot of crossover into Western history as well. And so there's a lot of specific criteria that goes into it, but that's basically the premise.
So people request something and you just know kind of what you.
It comes from both requests, and once a book has received a certain threshold of requests, then we will look at effort into recording it. And then also our recording director does look at Montana Press and other Montana publication publishers and see what they put out and see if this one is getting good reviews. If people seem to really like it, then we'll put that on our list as well.
I'd like to ask about just the volunteerism. What's the time schedule with people? I mean, they say, hey, I mean, what it takes you $45 to do this and. Or whatever.
How long it takes for volunteers to record?
Yeah.
It is pretty time intensive because there is they have to read the script, they have to become familiar with the words, then they have to read, and then there's sometimes a lot of pronunciation that has to go into. There's some really fun pronunciation things in Montana. And so then there's some editing and post-production with like that. And so volunteers usually come in for about 2 to 3 hours a day. And that could be 5 days a week, it could be 2 days a week. So sometimes we'll do take several weeks to put out and then take at least another number 2 weeks.
So this all takes place in Helena then?
Yes,
So volunteers have to do that.
and our studio is temporarily closed right now. Our recording director actually took a different job and we're in this entire class.
That's what.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We've also recorded things like the Montana Constitution. We record the Montana voters pamphlet for each election. We record the Montana Outdoors magazine, the Montana Driver's Manual, so a whole variety of things that get recorded. We have to audition to be a recording volunteer. I have terrible pronunciation. I think I would not probably qualify to be a volunteer. So it's a very intensive process to meet national interests.
Not really. We actually get quite a few people who are interested in volunteering, and sometimes, they're not quite the right fit for recording studio. Jen said there's an issue process, but we do try to find something else that they can do.
Thank you, Kelly.
So I wanted you all to have a chance to hear from a librarian about some of the impacts of some of our LSTA funded services for her library. So Sherry has joined us. Sherry, welcome. I'm glad you could be with us. I'll let you introduce yourself.
Well, thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
All right, sounds good. I'm Sherry and I'm the director of the Dutton Public Library in Teton County. I have been the director for the past 4 years. Before that, I was the clerk for the town of Dutton. And I can't tell you how wonderful it has been to move over to the library side. To give you a little bit of information about me anyways, if you were to meet me, you would realize that I am pretty chatty and kind of loud and sometimes described as a china cabinet with a bowl inside of it. And you wonder how that pairs with a library. And I just want to say that it has been successful because of the services that we're provided from the Montana State Library. If you can only imagine if you're on the board of the library in Teton County and you suddenly find yourself as in a position to try to manage me, then all the consulting services that the Montana State Library folks provide all come into play, all the training, all the support. It's been amazing how much they have really helped our board stay on track and have their, find their job of managing me a huge undertaking, but also doable. We are a small library. Our mostly rural patronage covers about 3,000 people in population. So we're open about 25 hours a week. And we find it hard to often continue to provide the services that the larger libraries in the state provide, but we try very hard. And I think that the lifelong learning services that Montana State Library helps us give our patrons a way to connect with their world around them, their schools, their family, their friends, their jobs, their ability to grow and to learn and become more proficient and self-reliant, and give themselves some encouragement that they can learn how to use a computer. They can learn about different types of personalities and talents and skills. And so it has been amazing to be able to offer those services to our patrons, but it's only possible because of the Montana State Library folks. We have several libraries in the county, and we have quite a few patrons who like to go to all 3 of those libraries, depending on what they're looking for or where they're at or what they're traveling through. And because of the training and knowledge that in the handbook and support services that Montana State Library gives us, it's easier for our patrons because we are so consistent. Each of us has tried to tailor each of our libraries more towards our communities, and you can, knowing Montana, every community is a little different and everybody wants to have different things that they're focused on, but we are still consistent because of the training that we receive in our continued education through the Montana State Library services. And that directly affects our patrons because they are welcome at all those libraries and they know what to expect and the expectations of staff that are there. I think that our limited funding makes it a little more interesting and a lot more creativity that we have to come up with. And those folks at the Montana State Library Services really help us continue to do those things in a way that I don't think that they would be able to, that we would be able to offer without them. If nothing else, they certainly help my psyche sometimes when I'm feeling overwhelmed and trying to figure out how I'm going to juggle all the things that I like to do and still talk to people when they come into the library. those folks at the Montana State Library are wonderful. And I feel like it's really a thank you to the commission, because those of you that are serving on the board there, you're helping make it possible for them to do their jobs and helping them stay on track with what it is that you want to see in the Montana libraries. And so I really just want to say thank you to them, because they undersell themselves. They do a lot more stuff than I think anyone realizes, and they're so very talented. And I want to say thank you to you as a commission for your continued support and guidance with them.
Thank you, Sherry.
Excellent.
Any questions for Sherry? Any follow-up budget questions for Melissa?
For all these programs, I know not all, but how many of these programs are funded 100% by LSTA dollars?
The majority of them are, I would say the exceptions are the shared catalog, e-content. We also, we get to charge, the IMLS allows us to charge 4% admin. That's the max. And so we rely on other sources of funding to support all the administrative work that goes into administering these grants. So it's a little bit of a mix, but the majority of these programs are funded completely with LSTA dollars, with the exception of some administrative and overhead costs. I would also add the Talking Book Library is not fully funded. We share some of that funding with our general fund.
So when you say we have 51 staff, is that including these people?
Yes.
But they're not funded through the same.
All of the staff that presented today are funded almost wholly with our LSTA funds,
Which is that.
which is federal.
But are they still then employees of the state or of the federal?
The state, we get federal funding. We are granted state spending authority to spend those federal dollars on these projects, and that includes the personnel costs.
And is that food insurance and that all comes to the federal?
Yeah, from the federal Congress, right?
Okay. All right, and then the evaluation program, you said it kind of crept up on you, or you just haven't listed it? I mean, did that happen all real quick?
We just, when we prepared the budget for this particular fiscal year, hadn't included a line item in the budget for that evaluation. And so when we just had to revise the budget to include funding for that.
So you've been evaluating the programs all year.
We have, yeah, and the evaluation, so. We provide evaluation on these projects on an ongoing basis, and Rebecca can share the dashboards. But IMLS requires us to do an independent evaluation every 5 years, and we have to pay for that out of these dollars. And so it's that independent evaluation. And some of you will remember, we had the evaluation report a year ago from Martha Krilladue and her staff. I think that was in maybe April or February of last fiscal year. That final report was available from them, so it was that expense that was paid for that evaluation.
Robin Scribner said, I tried to tell Sherry, thank you, but started coughing. Would you let her say would you tell her? I said, she gave us a good view of a small rural Montana life.
I have a question, and maybe Melissa knows, maybe Jenny knows. How often is the population-based formula updated that identifies how much funding we receive as a state? How often do they look at that?
Yeah, Melissa, I don't know, do you know?
I'm not sure if it's based on the census every 10 years. I can check on that.
Karen is confirming that it is a census.
We'll get more money.
Thanks, Yellowstone.
Well, they give out the ILMS gives out 160 million a year, so and we're just getting 1 million of that, just over, so. Super thankful for the opportunity to be in the program.
Any other questions or comments about our library services and technology funds?
All right, hearing none, I'm gonna suggest we take a 10-minute break. So we will reconvene at, let's say, 11:16.
Resumed recording.
That's not.
Hey, Genevieve, can you do the same thing for the next, that last page?
Yeah, and normally we're like, right, we look at the hall and like, not really there anymore. And I think you chat to her, and then she's not in the meeting, I think she did, I wrote to her, how do you do it?
All right, recording's going, unmuted. Again.
All right, the recording has started and we are back in second. Next on the agenda is
Oh, sorry. There it is.
who's our, does it just say staff again?
Oh.
Yeah. So we're gonna follow the same format with Melissa starting.
All right, welcome back, Melissa.
Okay, thanks, everybody. We'll do the same process that we just did with our LSTA grant, except for with the American Rescue Plan Act award. So this award was part of the large ARPA funding that the federal government passed back in 2021. And these dollars became available during the legislative session, which means that the legislature was able to appropriate and determine how these dollars would be spent.
2021.
We received 2.235 million, and that was also from the Institute of Museum and Library Services, so the same organization in which we get our LSTA funding. The legislature determined that we would spend 1.235 million on broadband and that we would spend 1 million on e-content. I'm going to hold on because I think the camera just went away.
We see you. Yeah, we
Oh,
see you.
You do, okay. Oh, there you go, you're back on. And so those dollars were we started spending them in 2021 after the departure of the legislature, and they were originally set to expire on December 31st of 2022. Many states were having issues spending that kind of money in such a short time period. And so those funds were extended through April 30th of 2023. So we're in the final 2 weeks of spending these funds. We're really excited to talk with you about all the interesting work that we got to do to help the citizens of Montana during this time period. Some of the projects that we'll talk about today are the Hotspot program, the Hotspot lending program through the local libraries, which was very popular. We'll also talk about our internal wiring project that Tracy managed. we'll also talk about how we spent some of the money on the history portal and e-content purchases and digitization. As we talk through these projects, if you all have specific questions on how the dollars were spent, I'm here, I'm still available to answer those questions, but I will let everybody else talk about the details of the work.
Thanks, Melissa. Just a couple of points that I would add before we hear from staff. Again, these were one-time dollars. The ongoing funding that's currently available for these particular projects that have been approved by the legislature include 400,000 each year to continue the hotspot lending program. We haven't received any other funds for any kind of broadband or internet services. And we don't have any ongoing funding for e-content. So the e-content funding that we have will go back to sort of our normal project budgets that we have for e-content and the Montana History Portal. So that the $1 million will be fully expended. There is no additional funding beyond the kinds of funding that we received previous to the pandemic. So let's go ahead and start with a focus on the Montana History Portal. And as Jennifer and our friend Charlene Porcel.
I'm just going to introduce Charlene and let her talk. The Foundation for Montana History has been on partner in several ways with the History Portal. It's sending contributors to us and helping fund the digitization and the recording of local histories. And so Charlene is going to tell you about what we did with some $100 to help fund many projects this year. Way more than one thing. Good morning. I'm gonna be you with Charlene's back. I just sent it to you, but I have it. And how you? Thank you. Good morning, Jane. Oh, sorry.
Well, good morning. I know I could have done this by Zoom, but I think if somebody gives you $60,000, you should get in the car and drive. That's silly, so I did. So I'm here. I'm Charlene Porcel. I'm the president and CEO of Montana History Foundation, doing business now as the Foundation for Montana History. You'll know us from the front page of the IR today, the front page of the Missoulian yesterday. And all over the state because we just announced our grants for 2020. So we put $220,000 into state projects. All from literally living to Falada next to me. So, but I wanted to come and just say thank you. We're a nonprofit, so what we do is we raise private dollars and we make grants all over the state for preservation and history projects. And so when your ARPA funds came, Jennifer and Jen called me and said, well, you already have a grant program for this kind of thing. Can you help us give away money? And I said, of course. We love to give away money. It's kind of the most fun thing you can do, right? So thanks to you and your ARPA funding, we made grants. Can you make that a slideshow thing?
Maybe stop where it says slideshow.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. So thanks to you and about $57,000, we made grants to 9 projects in 8 different counties across the state to digitize historic records, translate, transcribe, record, digitize oral history projects, capture, record video reminiscences, and make podcasts and video casts. And all of those projects have now been uploaded or in the midst of so the projects are finished. Some of the uploads are not completed, but never they are not attached to the Montana History Portal. So if I could go to the next slide, I'm just going to walk you through what those 9 projects were so you can see where the money went. One went to the Archie Bray Foundation, which is a ceramics arts foundation in Helena that are known internationally, I think, that even in Helena. And that helped to record interviews with international artists who've been associated with the Bray historically. 10,000 went to Montana Association of Grazing Districts to digitize 500 pages of their historical record. That's fascinating, right?
Yes,
But
it's
so
important.
important.
I just got their records today.
Right, and this is what we say when we're raising money and giving out grants. They're not always sexy projects. Raising records from an association of raising districts, but really necessary for future researchers, right? My favorite named project, this one, the Humans of Fallon County. And so the staff in Baker at the O'Fallon History Museum had a tiny little grant to conduct oral history with their elders. So tiny little grant, but really great project and really great name, right? The Humans of Fallon County.
Humans of Fallon County are finishing up like production stuff, and I will have those. So they're in the works, they're not yet online, any of these three. They're coming.
Yeah, and you can imagine with that slide, with the folks on the right, that talking about metadata with folks of that generation can be challenging, but it's a pretty successful project. Next slide, please. The one on the left, Candy Zion, is the woman in blue. She is an oral historian based in central Montana, and she received a grant from our collaborative efforts here with the ARPA funds to record interviews with descendants of the Métis settlers of the Highlands. And Métis are mixed people of mixed ancestry all over central Montana and all through the Canadian prairies. And so Candy's been working on a book for about the Métis all the way from Choteau through Lewistown and up across the Highlands. So that was just one component of her project. The center photo is Cascade Historical Society used a grant of $7,400 to transcribe and first record, then transcribe interviews with people in north central Montana. So in the Sims, Vaughan, Cascade County area. And then on the right, for all you baseball fans, I know it's spring season. There is a baseball team in Missoula called the Missoula Mavericks. And this oral history project documenting 100 years of that from baseball.
Now those three, the two are online on each side. The Cascade County Historical Study is reading on review of transcripts by the people who did those oral histories. So we have 10 of those ready. 2 more are we're waiting for transcripts on them. The other 2 are, I've been online. Candy was the first. She was super spot on the fast. I think she was done. I think she was doing something online. So it's been online.
She's a pro. She's next slide. And this is my last slide. On the left, grant for $1,000 allowed us to transcribe and digitize 9 oral histories. These are oral histories that were actually done in the 1980s with people who were contemporaries or remembered Henry Seaver, who was the pioneer guy who started the Seaton Ranch and also the Seaton Livestock Ranch. Those 2 giant family ranches in Montana associated with the Bacchus and Hibbert families in Montana. On the right, the Con, which has taken a lot of attention this year, but we gave the Civic Television station $10,000 to capture oral and video histories of people associated with the original Con. And as you know, a number of them have died in recent years, and so capturing those memories has been really important. And the top middle, this is a group of artists. It's one of the longest standing ladies salons in Montana. I bet you didn't know we had ladies salons, but this is an artist group that's also over 100 years old, just outside of Missoula, and MMAC, Montana Museum of Arts and Culture, had a grant to document 19 oral histories with the older members of that artist group. So thank you again for helping us help Montana record, preserve, and collect the memories of each other. And that's my presentation, and thank you for inviting me, Debbie.
Thank you. Just a quick update on this slide, just so you guys know where things are.
the Stephen Ranch one, I just went to Gary yesterday, day before yesterday, and she is gonna be.
Jennifer, come stand here just so make sure we catch your audio.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry about
No,
that.
no, no worries.
So the Stephen Ranch collections are, I just spoke to Carrie yesterday from the mothers, and those are nearly ready, so I'll be uploading those in the next couple of weeks. The latest one is already online, and then the Stick TV group, I'm still waiting to hear back from them on that. I know they're done, they were doing some production stuff, finalizing, so hopefully. So, yeah.
And I'm just really particularly proud of this project. When we prioritized $1 million for e-content during the pandemic, it was of course supposed to support online learning primarily. And you'll hear in a little bit about some of the commercial content that we invested in, but we felt it was very, very important that some of the content that we are investing in reflect the history and culture of Montana. And we have worked with the History Foundation for a number of years. I have served on their grant review committee, Jen serves on their grant review committee. So we knew it was an opportunity to leverage their processes and the dollars that they could bring to the table to just extend the opportunities for additional content about our important statements.
The other thing to add to that is that we did run an announcement to our own channels, and we did fund 7 other programs for $50, including one here at the buildings. But we knew we had more money to give, and we didn't have the reach with our audiences to get the information out there and sharpen it to the foundation. So that was when we enlisted her to help us so that we could really get more projects online. So altogether, we did 16 projects this year. And I will say also that in our regular granting program, we require all the digital projects to either upload here or prove to us they have a better place or another place to upload it. So this is the Montana History Portal is the primary place that we send projects before we fund them. And we require a letter from Jen with those project proposals if they're looking to digitize collections and so on in institutions around the state. And but you know, if it's the University of Montana and they have their own digital platform, we'll make an exception. But we require smaller places to upload there so that there is a central place because we already have it, we already invented it, we don't want to spend money reinventing it. So it's a long time partnership and we're really grateful for the expertise you have and for letting us. Thanks for doing that.
Hey, I had a few questions. What's your criteria and how do you decide who makes the decision on which of these to study?
Oh, so so we put out a call for proposals every year.
Okay.
So we folded this one last year into that call. And so all digital projects that came in were eligible for the ARPA funds. And so we have a criteria, it's posted on our website of what you have to do to apply for it. We do grant writing workshops all over the state every year to help people learn how to do that. And then we have a committee, this particular committee always has Jennifer on it because she is the statewide expert on digitization projects. And then we usually have a second expert from another organization, could be from Montana Historical Society, could be from the University Library, could be from any number of places, a board member and one of our staff.
Do you have more proposals than you can fund?
Yeah, about twice as many as we can fund. We funded about 50%.
And this year we did more than usual. We had already kind of gone through the process. And these, I think all of these were not funded through that process, but we had the ARPA dollars to say, hey, we can fund more.
So we funded 100% of the digital projects last year, but we funded about 40% of them this year.
And how does this carry on with you now that we don't have this federal grant?
We go out and raise it every day.
Oh,
That's
but
what
will we still be working with you?
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
And we
okay.
have been for 8 years.
Yeah,
Okay.
we have been already for many years.
We'll continue to partner. We don't have the funds to leverage, but
Does
the
the
part,
legislature, is this part of our funding we get from them?
we asked for funding to do this work. It was not approved in our budget.
So we do that through the trust?
We are not doing it at this point, but like I said, the partnership continues, but we don't have dollars to contribute at this
When you get your next budget, for the next biennium, then you will see a line item for the history part. collections content for a small dollar amount that we fund to ourselves. And we don't go through the foundation, but I have another application process for libraries and museums can apply to get content digitized, but it's studios, $3 that you just heard about the last hour.
So then how do we fund your grade services? We fund you personally through.
LSTA dollars.
Okay, thank you. But you don't have funds to continue on with
I
historic.
think it's about $6,000.
Yeah, it's about 6,000 in the budget for us to fund some digitization projects through our own application process, not through the History Foundation. The History Foundation will continue to offer their grants every year, and people can still apply, and I always encourage them to apply. I think they have digitization projects because they do fund that pocket, that,
That the portal does other things.
yes.
Okay.
And if they get a grant,
Right.
yeah, they can use that as a match for our funds. That we grant each project can be up to $10,000 from us. So they, but they have to have a match. So Jennifer's funds can sometimes be that match.
And I can only fund it, since we only have $6,000 usually to fund digitization projects, I fund a max of 1,500. So if their project is very large, they can fund for both. We can do it that way.
So they can leverage larger projects.
Yeah, because something like that is the civic television program, those are expensive, they're not cheap to create. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Right, next we're gonna hear from Jim Hammer about the relation of some in a lot.
Morning, my name is Jim Cameron, I'm the Government Information Librarian at the State Library. And my job primarily is to work with Montana state agencies and then Montana Public Libraries or Montana libraries in general. Provide permanent public access to state government information. And there's 15 depository libraries spread out across Montana. And they are the local hub for distributing this government information. And one of the big perks over the years has been to receive the 13-volume Montana Code Annotated that's published in an odd number of years, plus the annotations to the Montana Code Annotated. And because these volumes coming from the legislature, they're hundreds of dollars of value, you know, that a library would otherwise have to pay for it, except they get it for free for being a depository library. That's you know, it's a wonderful resource, but it requires some work to manage that because you can imagine 12 volumes plus the annotations plus, and that's just for that current year. And every 2 years, you know, you add to that shelf space. So many libraries just only keep the current year. And also, you know, that means traveling great distances for Montanans to, you know, get their hands on the laws of Montana that govern them. You know, every day of our lives we're being governed in some way by these laws. And so when I heard about this ARPA money, you know, being available, it's like, man, mine started whirling and I thought, well, let's talk with the experts there at the state law library, because that's their subject matter, that's their bread and butter. And so Franklin Runge is the state law librarian of Montana. You can say a few words.
Sure, I'd love to, and I'm come over here so the microphone can pick me up. This is probably an introduction to many of you all. My name is Franklin Runge, and I have been the law librarian for Montana since January. And I'm thrilled to be here, and I'm thrilled that the leadership of the law library, before I appeared, worked with Jim to get this project across the finish line. And so I get to kind of come in once it's done to be like, look at all this great work that's been done, right? Like, so I'm excited about that. I'm going to make 3 quick comments because the best comments are always brief comments. I want to kind of touch on the philosophy of why this was done and why it's amazing, the practicality of it and the power of it. The philosophy is, you know, of course, this is what a library should be doing, and what the state law library should do, and what the state library should do is capture the statutes that govern our lives and sort of make a record of them. I mean, that's what libraries do, is make this record, sort of going back and capturing the history of the statutes, the preservation of that, and the practicality of it is that these are the types of questions that I receive every day. And you might say, like, why does someone care about what the law was in 1989? Well, there are important litigation going on in our courts today that might bend on that question or an interpretation of what that historic statute was at the time. You know, the courts aren't always the speediest of vehicles. And so there is a need to know, like, well, what was the law 4 years ago when this conflict was hot? Right? So, you know, a number of my questions that I kind of work with and our reference staff works with are a lot of, well, what exactly were these property laws in Montana at various stages? And so to have this access is fantastic. It's fantastic for us. It's fantastic for all of the practicing attorneys in the state. And it's fantastic for the citizenry at large to be able to kind of capture what their statutes look like moving forward. And there's one other group that I love that we're able to help is historians. And sort of being able to work with historians and tracking back what would have been the regulations around, you know, what were the statutes around particular areas at different times in our state's history. Finally, I'll just sort of kind of touch on the power of this project is the idea of, and this is, we're getting really nerdy here, so I'm in the right room for that. You know, I'm excited about that. The power of the annotations and the power of, there's a separate volume that Jim mentioned that are these annotation volumes. And what they do is they allow citizens to have a better understanding of what the statutes mean by providing a lot of context. And so I am thrilled to be associated with a state in which the government actually owns the annotations. And this is a huge radical difference compared to other states. Many states contract with private publishers to do this type of work, and we do not. We actually, within our legislature, generate these annotations. And the fact that we have them just puts us light years ahead of what other jurisdictions have to face when it comes to making the law freely and openly available to others. And so there's major litigation that's occurred that's gone to the Supreme Court in Georgia about the ownership of annotations. And we don't even have to deal with all of those headaches because our state at certain times made decisions to actually own that. And then this project has made that kind of come to life in a way that is the only place that you can get these annotations without paying for a very expensive database is by this project. And that, you know, is so exciting to me that not only is the law freely and openly available, we have this extra sort of layer that allows easier interpretation. And this is the only way that it has been made sort of free, other than actually going to get the print volumes. And so I'm just thrilled to be associated with this and thrilled that this project occurred. And so thank you all for this incredible funding and this incredible initiative. So it was nice to meet all of you.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you, Frank.
So Jim, could you talk a little bit about actually what was digitized and how far back it goes and where people can access it?
Okay, yeah, thank you, Jenny. So if your library is part of Montana Shared Catalog, there's a link to digitize state publications, and you click on that link, you're gonna see those 3 sub collections of the historic and current laws that we've just digitized. And then, like, one of the key things about this is not only, you know, it goes back to territorial days, okay, the late 1870s forward to 1972 with revised code, and then Montana Code annotated forward from there. And total number of volumes, there was 553 volumes that were digitized, you know, kind of a modest number, but the number of pages, I don't have that at my fingertips like I should, but it's the hundreds of thousands of pages. It's a lot of scanning, and we did this with this longtime partnership that we've had with the Internet Archive. They are by far the worldwide leaders in digitization and hosting. And what we especially like about this is that it's keyword searchable, not just on a particular volume, but all volumes across all years. You can search on coal, you know, dogs, dancing, cattle, whatever the topic is. And you get back all those results. And so it just opens up new research possibilities. I don't know if that answers.
Other question, what is your division code? I
Uh,
mean, are you under Evan?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's part of the technology.
Government information.
yeah,
Okay, all right. And how many staff do we have doing?
Jim.
Oh. Okay, and your funding will go on now without,
yeah, I have a.
but less scanning.
I think a good point to make here is that obviously there's more than 100 years, 550 volumes that needed to be digitized to get that full history. Moving forward, our hope, and Franklin is helping with this, is that rather than getting and scanning future versions, we can receive the PDF version to input into our collection. So it'd be a much lower cost moving forward to continue to maintain this collection.
Thank you for doing that.
Thanks, Jim.
And we're gonna hear from Kara about the rest of our e-content. Okay, give me a moment. I'm going to try to share my screen on my phone. If you'll.
I might have to make you.
Yep.
If you need a room number, you,
I better remember.
if I can remember that.
I share, I made it available for her.
Oh, you should concur. Thank you, Melissa.
Yeah, very good. Yeah. Wonderful, okay. So, hello, commissioners and guests. My name is Kara Orban. I am the consortia coordinator, and that means I get to work with libraries across the state to help them share resources more effectively and to help make services affordable for libraries of all sizes and budgets. And one of the programs I work with is our Montana Libraries Go program and what we call e-content, which would be electronic books and digital audiobooks, which you can stream online or download for offline use. And we had a significant amount of ARPA money to allocate to e-resources. I don't have enough time to go through absolutely everything we did, but I'm going to talk about the areas in which we spent the bulk of the money, which is our Montana Library to Go program and the School of Books program. And so to summarize how we prioritize the spending of the e-content ARPA budget, we worked with, well, first we surveyed all of the public libraries to ask them to prioritize what they were seeing in their communities as far as needs for online access. And this was kind of on the tail end of funding from the CARES Act, which preceded the ARPA funding. So we received an initial round of pandemic funding from the federal government, CARES Act, coronavirus. And that was intended to help us to extend library services during COVID closures. And so by this point, as we were receiving ARPA, libraries had been impacted by COVID for a while, and they had an idea of how they were moving some of their services on individual platforms. And so they provided some input on what would be high priorities for them, for their communities, and we took that feedback to our core services committee that focuses on electronic resources, and they developed a budget which then passed through the Network Advisory Council and Commission. So here we had a budget to spend. And so we put $120,000 into our Montana Library to Go program. I pulled this up here. This is in your meeting materials. This is the ARPA memo, and on page 3, there is an overview of the electronic resources ARPA spending. And Rebecca put this together for us, so I just wanted to remind you of that, and that is the memo that I'm referring to here for this quick presentation. So Montana Library to Go. Not right. Okay, we'll just work with it. So this is the Libby app. So this is the Montana Library to Go app. And so Montana Library to Go, we have 93 libraries across the state that participate. Most of them are public libraries. We have a few tribal libraries that were grandfathered into our contract because they also serve their communities in the way that public libraries do. Our contract with Overdrive does not allow us to add schools or academic university libraries. And so they have their own separate collections, and we don't manage those collections directly. We have supported them in different ways over time. So Montana Library to Go is shared among 93 libraries. They share this collection. We have 140,000 users across the state who are registered, and we circulate 1 million items every year. And so the way it's set up, we have tried to make it like a digital library where you can walk in, see the brand new items on the new shelf. And we also try to push some of the available items so that people can walk out the door, so to speak, with something in their hands, because we know that wait times are rather long in Montana Library to Go. And so we do have a very robust backlog of items that people can choose from. So we try to surface those for people, show them what's available now. I'm going to talk about magazines in a moment, but we have tried to curate collections so that people can easily find what they're looking for. And the bulk of the collection is ebooks and audiobooks. So if I tap on this one, for example, this new novel by Charles Frazier, as you can see, there's a long hold list on this calendar here. It will tell me that there are 237 people waiting for this. And that is unfortunately kind of typical in Montana Library to Go. We do the best we can, but with digital books as with physical books, we buy one copy and it can only check out one at a time. And so that's a publishing industry restriction that we have to work around with our budget. But I can place a hold on this. And it's also available as an audiobook. It's meant to be a digital version of your physical library. And that's how it's worked for a while. But ARPA allowed us to make some investments in new formats that have expanded the variety of e-content that is available through Libby. And one of those collections is the magazine collection. And what's really exciting about the magazine collection is that it has a different licensing model. So we have actually thousands of magazines available to all libraries. This is a bundled subscription. So we paid $30,000 for an annual subscription to thousands of magazines that are simultaneously available to everyone that's on Montana Library to Go. Meaning, if I check out this copy of Architectural Digest, it's also available to anybody else. So it's not like you have to wait for it to come back. It's available in unlimited copies. And this is just a quick overview of how that works. So I'm looking at the magazine. I can borrow it. I can also see what else is listed under art and architecture, similar magazines. And then this gives me a summary of what's in this month's copy. And then when I scroll down, I can also find all the back issues going back usually a couple of years. And this has been a pretty popular collection. It continues to increase in circulation every month. We're doing about 6,000 checkouts a month at this point, and comprises about 5% of our total Montana Library Post circulation by now. And so that was one of our new additions that we were able to provide through ARPA. Another one is under this tile, which is called extras, Overdrive extras. So with the closures during COVID, we wanted to find new ways to provide learning opportunities through libraries. And we invested in these 3 different services that are provided by third-party vendors, but in partnership with Overdrive, so that they're all provided within this one app. So one is, I'm not going to look at all 3 of them right now, but one of them is Method Test Prep, which provides test materials to help students prepare for the SAT or the ACT exam. One is the Grade Courses, which provides video series on a variety of different education topics. And then the one I'd like to show you is Universal Class, because this has a lot of potential for us to work with OA, the CE program as well, to extend more learning opportunities to librarians and trustees. So, and I already have this checked out on the shelves. Yeah. And it's going to take me that out to Universal Class. Universal Class is an online forum that provides self-paced courses in a variety of topics, and these are eligible for continuing education students. So for example, Excel, if I wanted to know more about this class, tap on it, and this is self-paced online class. It has 20 lessons, it has 36 exams or assignments. They estimate it takes about 16 hours to complete, and if I complete it, then I can qualify for 1.6 continuing education units. And then there's a video that gives me a very short overview of what I should expect of that class. And this has been the most popular of the Overdrive extras that we have added to the app. So we're excited about the possibilities for continuing this. We have a request into the Network Advisory Council to funding for this. And this program is $10,625 a year for statewide apps. So it's pretty affordable. The other service I wanted to show you that we invested in is the School Libraries app, which is called Sora. And this is also provided by the same vendor, Overdrive. And this is a demo, so this is not actually associated with it in our school libraries, but it gives you an idea of what the user experience looks like. So on your homepage, the student will see, there are the things I checked out, and then some suggestions for other things I might like based on what I checked out. The school library app is different from the public library app, much in the way that a school library is from a public library, because the content access levels are set by the school levels. So in other words, if you are an elementary school, you're going to have access to juvenile level titles, unless the school board can use any access at levels at the school board level. We don't have any authority over that, neither does the school board. So all changes to access levels are made at the school level. And so the experience of the app, I checked out the same book in both formats just to show you kind of what it looks like. So this is a wonderful novel called The One and Only Hydrogen. And so if I open this book, and I have it downloaded, so I could read it offline if I don't have Wi-Fi or cell access. And this is just kind of like reading a book on my device. And I also have different ways to alter the reading experience if I need a larger print, if I want to adjust the background. And there are even fonts that make this an easier reading experience for people, for example, if they are dyslexic, there's a dyslexic font. You know, many different ways to adjust the reading experience. And then the audiobook, again, I have this downloaded and it tells me I have it checked out. I do it 13 days, or I'm gonna check it early. And the bookmark where I am, I can speed up the audio. It's a pretty nice user experience, and of course, there's no late fees because these items return automatically at the end of their date. And so we invested $120,000 into the content budget for this program, also a shared content budget for schools. And that also went towards enrollment fees to add new schools to the program. So those schools work directly with Overdrive. So I will also say that for the school library group, this content is selected by school librarians or by content specialists at Overdrive, whereas Montana Library to Go, we have a volunteer committee of librarians who select content on a rotating basis each month. And so that program is absolutely a statewide effort. And for ARPA, the majority of the content funds come from and will revert to coming from our participating libraries and their annual participating fees, which we try to make affordable for the library. And that amounts to about $300,000 a year. So that's many of our major investments on library content. The initial impact that we've seen is that by being able to add additional titles to reduce hold wait times, we were able to reduce wait times by 3 days from 42 days for high demand items to 39 days, which is still quite a long time. But as you saw earlier, we do try to provide those automatically instantly available titles so that people can still have something to check out and every May on the first their
Regarding the magazines component of Montana Library Today, does your subscription include printing pages from those magazines?
I don't think that. No, that's a good question. I don't think that we're allowed to print.
I've tried.
Yeah.
You can?
Oh, you can? I think you could screenshot or something.
Yeah. I had a question. I went to the site. And it's very easy to follow, but I noticed that you do have some of the really controversial books today, which one is, of course, the gender queer book, and there's 30 under that topic, trans, etc. Is there any? I asked earlier, any protection for children that they can't check out books without parental guidance?
Through the.
Yeah, from the Montana to Go.
So that is being the public library program. That is going to depend on how libraries set up their accounts. So as Amy described earlier, how their library cards are assigned. So I'm not an expert on that at the local level. They're assigned juvenile cards or all access cards, and that's probably a decision that is made by the family at the library level. And however, they're assigned the cards. That's not the process.
So this, I guess I'm a little confused from what we heard earlier. This is run through the local library. Like I just went on it and I could get them.
Yeah.
I don't
probably
need to be in a, going through the Bozeman library.
So because Bozeman is a member of Montana Library Bell, whenever. If you're a Bozeman patron, then when you initially sign up for Montana Library to go, you're entering your library card.
Right.
And so that's your Bozeman card. And so whatever circulation rules are applied to your Bozeman card. Apply to access.
So if I actually tried to check out a book, it probably would have let me until I went to the Bozeman portal.
You can, if you go to the app, you can sign up with your library card.
Right. Right. I was thinking this was open to the general public.
Now, anybody has a library card.
Okay, because you said something about anyone in the world could go.
To search.
All right.
Yeah, you can browse it, but until you wanna check, when you wanna check something out.
So then it's through the local libraries. And then the schools have the control over what they want in their school.
Yes, we don't have anything to do with their question.
You're not making the decisions is what goes on here.
Now, Montana Library, though, there's a selection committee, which is, librarians from participating libraries. And the selection coordinator is from Bozeman Public Library, and she oversees the quality control and every month that looks to make sure that we're buying things that adhere to our collection protocols.
Okay. Thank you. I get confused about.
Yeah, there's a lot of different pieces, they all fit together.
Well, and not only that, but the local libraries are really diverse
They are,
in their country.
Yeah.
Whether they're a district or a, yeah. Thank you.
Questions for Kara? Right now, we're gonna turn to the broadband component of our ARPA spending, and I'm gonna ask Rebecca to talk a little bit more about our hotspot program. We did just do an overview of the program for you in December, so we're gonna give this just a little bit differently.
Yeah, so this will be just a really brief introduction. I'll refer you back to that ARPA memo that was in your board packet. But one statistic I wanted to call to your attention is that more than 1 in 4 Montanans don't have access to 100 megabit per second broadband. That Montana ranks dead last out of all the states on this particular measure. Why that's important is that internet intensive activities, the ones that we all became acquainted with during the pandemic, required those kinds of speeds. So these are your online meetings like we're doing today, or your Zoom job interviews. And so the hotspot program helped extend access to Montanans that otherwise would not have had that access. And you've seen the dashboard. I updated it earlier this week, so the growth still continues in terms of the data that's being used every single month. But I think the best way to tell the story of the impact of that program is not the numbers, but the people. And one quote that stood out to me that came in through our hotspot survey was, "Thank you so much. I am disabled, unable to afford Wi-Fi, and being able to connect with the outside world is such a gift. Thank you, thank you, thank you." And I just think that quote has so much meaning behind it, the impact of this program. And today we also have with us Gail Bacon, who is the library director at the Belgrade Community Library, who's going to speak a little bit more about the hotspot program for libraries.
Thank you for being here.
I put out a thing to say when that we testified, and I think it's not like we have the times, I think there's one that is speaking to the people have it on the phone. And you really can't fight anybody. And like 30 seconds later, it's like, see you there, and I'll bring chocolate. Here I am. I'm Gail Bacon. I've been the director of Belgrade Community Library for about 16.5 years. Before that, I served as an advisory manager for one of the 32 libraries in the Minneapolis metro area. And so I have to say, Rebecca couldn't continue to tell you stories that told several. Want to make you cry or feel really good about what they're doing, or compassionate to what's going on. And so this is just a brief glimpse in a couple of minutes.
on kind of our experience at the library. And this, in my tenure looking back, has to be one of the most successful benefits and programs that we've brought into the state of Montana. Once it caught on, I think that I'm not alone in the outcry to the state library. We have more, we have more, and we're in a situation where we're trying to just be able to hang on to it and maintain what we have. Good news is that the units have been very, for the most part, really reliable. And what we're finding at our library, if we have a unit breakdown, a lot of times it's when we're user experience. Even the hotspot on the dashboard, 99-degree day kind of thing. So we're very pleased with the quality of the unit, and the replacement parts is of course another benefit. I think if my city manager came to me and said, you need to cut this into collection development, we would find a way to keep this a vital part if we would have it funded elsewhere. But mind you, all of us libraries are in a situation where we're used to being in this situation, but it seems like it's turned up and intensified on the funding for our budgets for libraries. We're just kind of hanging on. And when I look at my budget compared to other people or other departments, mine is usually the first one to be done. Number one, the county requirement. Number two is a simple budget, and that's how we operate. We pay the power bill, we buy some staples. We want to invest in our collection and the people that are there. So I find this too to be a building block. I would say a lot of the people that have come in to discover hotspots have not been active library users, and now they're all library. They cannot believe the lifeline that has been given to them for this. And even in our case, and there's all kinds of reasons people are using this, and I'm not sure that Rebecca's probably touched on that in her report. People who are traveling. In our case, we have homeschool families that already have a lot of expenses because they made that decision to homeschool, and this is so vital and important to them, as well as kids that are at home and wanting to do school assignments. Some people do communities that are traveling. We tend to have people who are like ranchers or live a little more, or up in the mountains, kind of remote, and this opportunity for them does not have been brought in. Maybe it's by choice because they like living where they are and they like being at home. But I think there's a great part of it that says if I can't afford this or broadband just isn't here. Unfortunately, people come in all the time and say, please check out hotspot units. And generally, I'd say over 90% of the time, the answer is unfortunately not, but you can reserve one. Usually people come in and say, would you please allow me to renew this? And we're like, unfortunately, we're not able to do that. You can place another hold on the item, but there's a waiting list in the item. So we checked in, and if we take the cost of the unit and replacement parts, we put that aside, just the internet alone for any of the units that we would have. It'd be, we have both Verizon and T-Mobile, and be about $40 per month per unit for Verizon. It would be about close to $30 a month for T-Mobile. And we have 7 devices with 415 checkouts at a glimpse of what we have. So I don't want to overstate the cost. Everybody's advocating for the things that we feel strongly about. They're doing a lot of good things, but this really is very impactful to a group of people that have very legitimate needs for wanting to reach that divide. It's a service that's unique. Probably to the round. So we're grateful for that. We're grateful for the support thus far in the legislation that is still yet to be determined. But thank you for supporting it. Because I know this is such a tremendous impact. Thanks for your opportunity. And I will collect on chocolates. My staff said to tell you.
Thank you for the good library you have in Belgrade.
Well, we just finished knocking over the fire station, and so it's beginning. We want to have a beautiful new library in the fall 24.
Thanks for being here. Jenny, can I ask for clarification from you or Evan on this? I'm sorry, but during the legislative session, the priorities that I've been reading, the big thing was the push for better broadband, that they were gonna use this Build Back Better money for all of that. And so I get really confused as to whether what's in our budget is part of that or that's separate. What?
Yeah, good question.
Can you put
Yeah.
a big?
Yeah, I can. So there's this pot of money, which was, they used the term tranche last legislative session. All of these ARPA dollars were awarded to the state in different tranches. We had a tranche that came through the tranche.
I have people asking.
Yeah.
Okay, that is the normal process.
Yeah, so our tranche came through the Institute of Museum and Library Services, and as Melissa said, were appropriated in these two buckets.
Okay.
To the state library. There was, in another tranche, additional funds awarded to the state, and the state legislature determined to spend, I believe it was about $290 million for broadband build out. And there was a commission of legislators and state employees that reviewed applications and awarded grant dollars based on those applications to various telecommunication providers to do broadband build up. And so that work is commencing, that build up is starting. There has been a second award of federal dollars under the IIJA, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act funding, that provides more funding for more broadband build out. So in this legislative session, they are extending those session laws pertaining to how they will award future grants with this additional amount of funding. The state library has not received any of that funding. The funding that we have received so far, knock on wood, the funding that's appropriated in House Bill 2 that will allow us to extend the hotspot program is one-time money. It's using whole severance tax dollars, so existing state special revenue dollars. We are keeping our eye on some of those other federal dollars, and then the state starts to make decisions about how they might want to spend them. We're making an argument that libraries need to be an important funding consideration. We do also know under the IIJA dollars that when applicants submit applications to the state for funding, they have to demonstrate that they are supporting what's called community anchor institutions, and libraries are eligible community anchor institutions under that federal funding. So there is potential for future funding to come either through the state library or to libraries to help support broadband build out in these additional federal dollars.
So most of our 116 libraries are already attached to the broadband.
Every library has broadband service available.
Okay.
The speed at which it's available varies greatly, and that's a fantastic segue into our final update from Suzanne.
But let me ask you before you come up, the difference between a hotspot and a broadband. Are you using them interchangeable or they're very different?
No. Broadband is the service.
Right.
So, we are connected through most of our devices through Wi-Fi routers.
Right.
Connected to broadband. A hotspot is an actual device itself that provides.
Like the phone.
Right, cellular access, data access through itself.
And that
as
is
one
one
means.
means our funding,
The hotspots are coming through our funding.
but not the broadband.
Broadband services, the broadband services that libraries provide their patrons are typically funded out of their local budget.
That's okay, thank you.
And so what I'm here to talk about is the ARPA internal wiring project. And this.
ARPA being.
What we've been talking about with these funds.
Don't back
I
up.
don't know what that stands.
American
for.
Rescue Plan.
Thank you. There's too many acronyms for me.
I know.
And this funding paid for site assessments, new networking equipment, and more new internet. And 31 libraries participated in this. We asked libraries to complete an application and use criteria such as helping those with the slowest speeds, lowest per capita budgets, and those willing to upgrade their internet. 28 of those libraries received either new equipment or new equipment. So you're talking about broadband available to libraries. Some libraries are getting lower speeds than are available to them. And so as part of this, we kind of gave them a little nudge saying, you know, we'll give you this money for internal wiring, but we'd really like you to up your game a little bit. Because I think earlier when we were talking about 100 megs is now what they're talking about as the broadband speed. And your libraries getting about 12 per unit. So it's like, really need to ramp it up a bit. And many of them did, so that was great. One library did not need any new equipment or cabling. One library had to drop out to a remodel, and one library had to drop out to a flood because of asbestos damage. So not everybody who initially showed interest was able to do this. 25 of the 28 libraries received new cabling. And new equipment. 2 libraries did not need new cabling. The person running the assessment determined that what they had was sufficient, and one library did not need new equipment. We completed a pilot project early on to test our assumption about library needs, costs, and procurement or installment process. This pilot project involved the Wordsworth Memorial Library in Cascade and Lewistown Public Library. We used remaining LSTA funds for that project. Both libraries received cabling and equipment upgrades. We used a combination of LSTA and ARPA funds to ensure both libraries have 10 years worth of licensing on their equipment. The current status of the project is that several libraries need outdoor access points installed to extend their wireless reach beyond the building. This work will occur the week of April 3rd. The project will be completed by April 30th. And what I'd heard as one of the comments, as of last I heard, the one remaining library was Red Lodge, and they were waiting for the thaw so they could get at the access points, outdoor access points after they finish the thaw. And I haven't heard if they managed to do that yet. I think the warm weather allowed them to get out. But the cost of the project was $632,000, $546. Costs varied depending on the size and the needs of the library. So these probably self-evident. The desired outcomes of the project were to increase internet speeds in the library, and 70% of the libraries that have been completed reported higher internet speeds. Bitterroot Public and Darby Community and Great Falls Public saw huge increases. The average download speed for the 3 libraries. Wired connection before the project was 26 megabits. After the project, the average download speed for the 3 libraries was 387 megabits. So it was huge. In the case of the Bitterroot and Darby libraries, they're receiving the speeds they've been paying for, while Great Falls Public invested in faster speeds. So I think it's really under the 2 libraries. They were paying for really pretty good, robust internet, and yet the wiring that they had in their libraries at that point included them from actually taking advantage of that. So that's really what this project is all about, is to help them make use of what they're getting. It was an increase of reliability of the network connection. 52% of libraries completed reported improvement in the reliability of the network. Reliability wasn't as much of a concern for libraries and speed, however. Increased access to library internet. 9 libraries received outdoor access points, expanded wireless access to the internet, and this was particularly evidence the need during the pandemic when libraries were closed or had limited hours. A lot of people were parking outside libraries or sitting on benches outside, kids reading their homework, sitting on benches outside the library. So, reach those people, it's a really good thing. So we also had unexpected outcomes of the project. 6 libraries who have been unable to report their wireless sessions now have the capability. Rebecca gives a thumbs up on that one. Libraries have expanded reporting features which allow them to make better decisions about their internet services. The chance to work with a trained systems engineer from CompNet helped improve the understanding of library directors and help expand services and address problems. So, like I said, we did hire somebody to come in and assess the libraries, their networks, and help them figure out exactly what they needed and any questions. So the estimated number of people who have or are benefiting from this project, 253,235 people live in the service area population of libraries that receive the equipment kingdom. That's what 23% of Montana's population. Library internet connections are used by local community members and tourists. Library size varies dramatically. Population served ranges from 1,177 people to 78,322. Libraries that participated in this project reported the following statistics for fiscal year 21. Total computer users for these libraries, 77,921. Total wireless sessions for these libraries, 160,994. Median use of library computers is 1,857, while median wireless sessions is 1,250. Computer and wireless users are 70% of the libraries saw increases in internet speed, which helps with accessing and using online resources. 52% of computer and wireless users enjoy more reliable connections, which means no interruptions while submitting online paperwork, researching, studying, or connecting with others. Future needs. There are 82 main public libraries and 34 branch libraries, for a total of 116 institutions. Not all these libraries need or want an upgrade of their equipment. In an ARPA project and pilot project, state libraries help pay for upgrades for site assessments at 33 locations. There are potentially 83 public libraries that benefit from the upgrade. 65 public library directors responded to a recent survey about what support they would like to see from the state library. 34% of the respondents were interested in funding to upgrade their equipment and paperwork. And the sales staff recommend asking libraries if they want upgrades. You have a good sense of what it costs for a small library, $10,000, medium $5,000, and a large $65,000. For libraries that size to have both cable and equipment upgrades completed. This information staff can determine how much funding is needed to complete the remaining interested libraries. Potential funding sources may exist in the Digital Equity Act dollars to be received by Montana. That's one of the other funding sources that Jen referred to. And if you would like to have all of these numbers and statistics to look at, you can get that to you. Any questions? I've heard a whole lot of numbers, I know, but.
Sounds great. Now, that will be done. This kind of process.
This, what we talked about, this is done.
And the people who added all this, they have a commitment from their local libraries to maintain it.
Yes.
Okay.
And we're helping them maintain, we're providing support to the networks for 10 years. That's part of the, which is, and that's basically to make sure that equipment keeps running and, so some fairly complicated equipment involved with that, writing meetings on that. So that's a great deal. For them to.
Was Nancy able to join us? Nancy Schmidt online. We were going to have to hear from a librarian who benefited from this event.
Another live librarian.
So just a couple of kind of final points that I wanted to make about the ARPA funding. As you heard, we typically on an annual basis receive about $1.2 million in our library services technology and funds. That amount is going to go up a little bit in this next fiscal year. We received over $2.2 million in ARPA funds. So essentially double what we typically receive in a federal fiscal year in one lump sum. And we had a very, very short time frame to spend it, basically 2 years. And we were able to do that. We hired one additional staff member to support the Montana History Portal. all of this other work was accomplished within our existing staff resources. Our staff were incredibly creative in how we leverage partnerships, like our partnership with the Montana History Foundation. We've made use of state contracts for internet service providers. Some of the technologists that came in to provide the upgrades to libraries were available to us through them. So I find it just incredibly remarkable that the level of effort that our staff went to be able to find really important, impactful uses of these dollars in a very short amount of time, using the existing resources that we had. And you think about the number of Montanans that we've been able to benefit as a result. I think it's just really remarkable. Thank you for taking the time to provide this really detailed overview of how we spent these dollars. As it's coming to an end, I think it's really important for you all to be aware of the impact. Thank you, and thank you all to the staff who shared such wonderful information.
Jenny, when you say this is coming to an end, but they did just approve the big one at the federal level. Another.
Our normal LSTA funds, we will get again.
Okay.
So that work, that the kinds of programs we talked about first, those LSTA funds continue. These ARPA funded projects, with the exception of the hotspots, that
That
work
was big, still that federal level, that doesn't come up. That
not,
goes to the state.
it's going to the state. There
Oh.
may be an opportunity for us to apply for some of those funds in the future.
Okay. Thank you.
All right,
Incredible. Very,
we're ready for our lunch break.
Yeah, lunch is back there. So you go ahead and do that.
I have one question. When we closed the door, the room got freezing.
We'll replace the door.
Yeah. I noticed the exact. I feel like I'm back in.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so break from lunch and we will reconvene at 1:30.
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay, we are good.
All right, our meeting is back in session and we are going to start back up with our 2023 legislative webpage.
Just an update, the web page is there for your information. I've been keeping you up to date on the status of the bills as they make their way through the legislative session. Melissa is tracking a couple of bills that are up for votes this afternoon. Senate Bill 60 and Senate Bill 398 are up for third reading votes this afternoon, and Betty, knock on wood, that those two bills pass, and then they'll be on their way to the governor's office for signature. And then tomorrow, House Bill 91, our state aid bill, is up for a hearing in Senate Finance and Claims. So I'll be heading back to Helena after this meeting for that hearing tomorrow morning. I'll ask if there are any questions about any other bills before we take a look at a couple of different bills in more detail.
Jenny, I have a question. How can we as a commission continue to provide assistance?
I think, just, I want to have a conversation about House Bill 91 in particular. I think that's the bill and the debate that's caused the most concern amongst librarians, and has the potential to result in a loss of funding for libraries if that bill does not go through. So let's have that conversation in just a minute. I do want to ask Sharon to provide the commission more detail about the state pay plan bill, which was just signed by the governor yesterday.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. For the record, I'm Sharon Hardwick. I'm the HR specialist with the State Library. And as Jenny mentioned, House Bill 13 was signed yesterday, and so that is gone into effect. House Bill 13 covered several areas, mostly related to staff salaries, and it covered some increases and changes to per diem rates, which had been stagnant for quite a while. The primary things, one of the things that were changed with that bill, it mandates that the general election day, which falls every 2 years, will no longer be a staff holiday. The bill mandates that state offices will be open. In exchange for that, they are giving staff a floating holiday to be used every year. We don't have a lot of details yet on how that will be implemented, but that will give staff a chance to have a day off and at a day of their choosing, rather than having that election day off. The bill provides a one-time bonus payment for all eligible staff upon passage. So with the signing of that bill, that is in effect. Full-time staff will receive a bonus amount of $1,040. Part-time staff who work 20 to 39 hours per week will receive a one-time payment of $780. And then part-time staff of less than 20 hours a week will receive a $520 one-time payment. Just for context, we currently have 51 staff at the state library. 48 of them are full-time and 3 are in that 20 to 39 hours per week. We do not have any part-time, less than 20-hour staff. The other big piece of this legislation is that effective in the pay period covering July 1 of both 2023 and 2024, staff will receive statutory increase into their base pay of $1.50 per hour or 4%, whichever is larger. This is a pretty big pay increase that has been long overdue. We were talking last night that the staff who've been here a long time just have no recollection of ever having increases like this. Everything that was in House Bill 13 came about through negotiations and work with the governor's office and the unions, and the governor very much supported this process, and it went through the appropriations and hearings with little to no opposition. So it went through very smoothly, it's a great way to recognize that the staff are, we are very valuable to what's going on at the state, and so that we can keep them compensated well. Just for a point of interest, the point where a person would receive the $1.50 versus the 4%, it's an hourly rate of $37.50. And so which is about 74,000 per year, I think, is roughly in that where that comes in for those increases. So we've been tracking what that will mean for staff salaries, and that's going to keep us, those 4% increases will keep us on pace to keep staff within their market rates, the majority of staff. So that's good news. So we're excited to have that bill signed and implemented. Any questions about any of the holiday numbers?
I was wishing Tom was here. Do you know if he's okay?
I haven't heard back from him.
Okay, his plan was to go at 9 o'clock to the Montana Library Association board meeting. They were talking about diversity or something, and he was gonna go to that, but he probably be here at 9:30. That was it.
He messaged me last night and said he had a plumber issue.
Oh, okay.
So I don't think he made it to that.
Good
meeting
luck.
either.
I would say that's good luck in Bozeman.
Yeah.
So this is Tom's, he sent it to me. But I think one of the things that he found was that our GIS people are paid almost 50% more than any other GS, because evidently GSI, is that what it is?
Yes.
Yes, the GIS people and the whatever tech people, for the state average is 58,000. And ours are pretty much starting at 95 and 98, a few are over 100. So ours, that part of our Montana library is way high compared to all the other. How did that get that way?
There's several layers to that. First of all, when you look at state pay is all based on classification for a
Right.
position. And then how we apply that classification is based on when we implement the state market salary survey. And that's based on a survey that state administration has done to represent the market rate for every position. So within specifically the GIS, there are 3 levels of positions of GIS positions. There's a GIS 1, a GIS 2, and a GIS 3. And that is based on the complexity of the job that they are doing and the responsibilities that come with that job. Is where you fall in that 1, 2, or 3. The majority of our staff, we have a couple GIS 1s, what we call a GIS tech. And then we have one who's a GIS specialist, the GIS 2, and then the majority of our staff are in that GIS 3 GIS analyst, and that's a higher level of responsibility and accountability that come with those positions. When we took a look at those positions, we applied our target market rate process to that, to the accepted state recommendations for those positions, and that's how we came up with the pay that they are getting. We so the library is in a position where we can apply the current market rate for those staff. And we work very hard to make sure that we can keep competitive with that. And so that is what those are the rates that we receive from the state that we use to determine those people's pay. So how that affects compares with maybe other agencies, it depends on which pay plan they're using, or if it depends on people outside of the state and what their pay rates are. But ours are very specifically tied to their level of experience, the level of the position that they're doing, and the state pay plan.
Well, the state pay thing is 58 to 78, and we are at.
That would be for probably for a GIS 1.
Yeah.
Right.
And that, we can get back to you with those.
Yeah,
exact
I really
numbers,
would.
right?
He wrote me and I didn't know.
Yeah.
I think he thought maybe I would know, but it didn't seem to me like the other areas were significantly different in our staff. It seemed like those were the main areas that the staff, that were way high. The
And-
rest of our staff is not.
The reason that can vary by position type, again, like Sharon said, it can depend on the classification. And just so you're aware, the Department of Administration does all of our classifications for us.
Okay.
So we rely on them to tell us what classifications employees should be classified at. And then it can also vary based on the years of experience that people have in their positions. Like Sharon said, our pay plan says that based on your years of experience, you should be making X percentage of market. That's the target market rate. So someone who is a brand new GIS analyst we would offer them entry, which is considered 80% of that market midpoint. But almost all of our staff, and then it assumes that someone who's been in that profession for 10 years, in that occupation for 10 years, should be making that market midpoint. And almost all of our staff have 10+ years of experience in that. So without comparing longevity and years of experience, or as Sharon said, other agency pay plan factors that are outside of our control, we have no way to do an apples to apples comparison of pay. We just follow our pay plan policy. We rely on the State Department of Administration to classify our positions. We rely on the State Department of Administration to prepare the market survey salary that we use to inform our state pay. It's a pretty black and white process that the pay plan lays out.
Okay, that would be helpful to see.
And you'll see that again in probably August. Every other year after a legislative session, we're required to have our broadband pay plan policy reevaluated, and so that will be on your agenda probably in August.
Yeah, it was funny, our April meeting on the schedule you gave us said you did budget today, and I thought that can't be because we don't have legislative yet.
Yeah.
Okay, that would be helpful to know.
Sharon, did you have anything else?
I do not, thank you.
One thing that I do think the commission may want to think about doing as we come to the close of the legislative session is formally thanking our legislative sponsors who have sponsored our legislation. Representative Courtney Sprenger from the Flathead has sponsored our House Bill 91, the state aid bill. Representative Tony Brockman, also from the Flathead, has sponsored House Bill 343, which was our red tape relief bill that amended the Land Acquisition Act, which is now passed the legislature. And Senator Russ Temple from Liberty County has sponsored our real-time network legislation. So the commission might want to consider sending them a letter or some other way of formally recognizing and thanking them.
Do you want us to do that individually or collectively?
I think that's up for commission discussion.
I think we should, if we're gonna do it from the commission, it should be collective.
Absolutely. What I can propose is I can draft a message and
Yeah.
share it internally and we can sign it together.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay.
So then the next bill I wanted to spend a little bit more time on is House Bill 91. This is our state aid bill that reauthorizes the direct state aid to public libraries. And as you know, we're asking for that funding to be reauthorized. We're asking for it to be increased from 40 cents per capita to 50 cents per capita. And we're asking that tribal college libraries that meet public library standards be eligible to receive funding by naming them in the legislation. It's been a pretty different session from the last sessions where we've had this legislation reauthorized. We're seeing a pretty significant decline in support for this funding. I wanted to just share with you some information that was shared in the recent Senate debate. I want to also say very plainly that despite the decline in support, this bill is progressing through the legislative session, and with tomorrow's hearing, if that's successful, we have every reason to believe it will pass. So I want to be clear about that. But the tenor of the debate has changed in such a way this session, but I felt like it was important to bring this topic to the commission for discussion. This is our piece of legislation. It has the support of the governor, so I think it's important for you to be aware of the debate. And also, this is something that is on the mind of the Montana library community, because this is a kind of debate that we have not heard in recent years. There's some information in the memo. We don't necessarily have to review it in great detail, but just wanted to provide some talking points in response to some of the points that were made in debate. The point that I think is most important for the commission to engage in a discussion around was the point that libraries are, quote, becoming too liberal and do not deserve funding. And I personally find that statement to be very concerning. And the State Library Commission has statutory authority to help support and develop libraries around the state. And so I want us to engage in a conversation about what we see the state library and the State Library Commission's role in helping to address this perception that exists within at least some members of the legislature and the constituents that they represent.
It's hard because Peggy and Robin are there, I think. Hi, Peggy, Robin. And so I don't know, and Elsie. Are they all gone? Elsie.
Peggy, Robin are on. And this is a conversation we can have at future meetings too. But it's relevant right now.
I called Jenny. First of all, when this whole debate was going on, I heard from
I know you all did, your constituents, but I heard from two groups of people. I heard from people who are livid because they love their library. Most of them are seniors. And they don't know what they do without having that, you know, a few were homeschoolers and they use it for their kids. So I did have a great outreach of people sharing that. I also had people who shared this viewpoint. It's no secret Montana has a conservative Republican supermajority. So I think you're going to hear this comment more. And because most of those people, one thing you can say about conservative Republican people, when they run for office, are pretty open. They don't hide what they're running on. And a lot of people ran on these issues in general, in education, in our lives, whatever. I asked Jenny, I called her because somebody distributed the book Gender Queer, which if you're not young, is a pretty shocking book. It is a cartoon book, a comic strip, but it's quite shocking in its content. And I was even shocked, and I'm a woman and I write books, so I shouldn't have been with a education degree in speech and English. Somebody distributed it to every house member, and it was reported to me that it was the library. So I called Jenny and said, did we distribute this book to the house, and tell me that, no, we got a bad bill on that. I mean, we didn't do that. That's pretty radical to give that book to every legislator and put it on their desks. You're kind of asking for trouble. So Jenny, would you share, because you found out for me?
It was the Montana Federation of Public Employees Union that distributed that book to.
And I don't know if they made it clear it came from them, because it became an issue that it came from us. So I called Jenny and I said, no, it did not come from us, because we would have discussed that. But those kinds of things certainly don't help make people understand how valuable the library is and how much the libraries I've talked to are trying to be like that young ladies today. 3 of them said they're very sensitive in their libraries to making sure that parental consent before children are exposed to all kinds of things is relevant. And so I know those people are out there. And I think we got a bad rap on that. And so I'm in the process of trying to correct that with some of the media outlets that seem to have jumped to the conclusion it was us. But some of the legislators I've talked to also jumped to the conclusion it was us. So I think it's too bad they didn't make that clear.
Do we know? Have we been in contact with Amanda Curtis about the impact that, if she could make a statement regarding that?
I know the Montana Library Association has, the state library has not. I actually wasn't even aware of it until Tammy brought it to my attention.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah. I think my question is, in our view and in the consulting work that our consultants do, we suggest that libraries should be a mirror of their communities, their entire communities. So to your point, there is this perception that libraries are too left-leaning, far too liberal. And I think if you talked to the librarians themselves as you're visiting libraries, you find that that's really not true. So there's this stereotype happening that I feel like we need to take steps to counter. And I'm wondering if you, the commission, agree, and if so, what steps you think we should be taking to try to really correct that perception.
Well, I feel libraries are non-partisan. And we shouldn't be playing with party politics. We should be. What is our mission?
To reflect your communities.
And if we do that, we'll be fine. But the problem is we have this image and perception now that we're not playing with within those values that we reflect. Jenny, I defer to you as the most senior member here and working with so many diverse administrations on this direction. What do you think of that?
Well, this will be, I'm sure, probably come up at the conversations with commission tomorrow. I encourage commissioners.
I was
to-
hoping it would.
Yeah, to listen to librarians and ask them for their feedback. You know, I don't doubt that they're gonna ask you for help. So think about what kind of help we can provide. You know, I really look to them for their input. You know, I think as you have conversations with legislators, people in the media, helping to portray libraries as they are, as these nonpartisan organizations. We've done a lot of research about the prevalence of materials that libraries that people find objectionable, and they're really, I mean, there's a handful of libraries that have these materials in their libraries, and in many of these libraries, the items haven't even been checked out. So helping us to communicate the wonderful resources that libraries do have, the wonderful programming that libraries are making available that do reflect the values of the community in a nonpartisan way. You know, one thought that I've had, and this may be a little bit of a bridge too far, but maybe, you know, an open letter from the State Library Commission about how you perceive the role of libraries in communities. Just to share your perspectives and your opinion. And there are certainly other librarians here that may have ideas as well, but, you know, maybe tomorrow when we're engaging with librarians in the conversations with the commission, we can think about what that action might be that the commission might take.
I'd like to just speak up really quickly and say, I know in our little community, I live in
Jennifer,
Shoto.
come right here.
Oh, Shoto. I know, one of the conversations that I've had with our public librarian is that, and I don't know whether the books that are inflammatory, like the gender queer book is in our library or not, I've never checked to see. But the highest number of checkout rates are on Christian fiction. And if some community members had their way, that's all our library would have. And of course, that goes to the other extreme. We have to provide materials for everyone. And I think when you look at what libraries have to do to meet that role, they have to look at their community as a whole. And so we do have a lot of that because that's things that community members want, especially our third right patrons. So we provide that, but it isn't the only thing we provide because we can't do that. And I think that message is missed somehow in all these conversations. Everything I've heard says we only provide these provocative things, and that's so not true, as you guys all know. And so I don't know how to really clearly convey that message because our legislatures in that debate seem to think that everything we provide is controversial, and that's not the case. So that disturbs me. So I just wanted to share that.
Mr. Chair, can I contribute a perspective, please? I'll assume the chair. For the record, my name is Bruce Newell, and I'm here with the Trust for Montana Libraries, who are your partners. You're the commissions and state libraries partners for raising money to they can build out the kind of stuff you heard about this morning, all that great stuff. And I can report to you happily that we have hired an executive director, Kristen Cooper, who seems to be a bright light. And we have bookmarks. We haven't started raising money yet. And we're looking, you know, our big job now and the trust is to figure out what we're doing between now and what happens next. How do we start raising both small monies and big monies and generally promoting the cause that you folks are working so hard for. And so when I listened to the debate, the Senate debate on the second reading over House Bill 91, I was really deeply disturbed. First of all, because some of the material, some of what was said just wasn't true and was inflammatory, and I thought very, very unhelpful. But also just like holy smokes, motherhood, apple pie and librarians, I always figured that was sort of a mixed set. What has changed? And as part of that process, I look back to see how the votes were on this issue 6 years ago when state aid was passed last time. Last time we had 48 votes for and 2 votes against in the Senate. And this time we had, I think, 37 votes for and 37 and 13. 33 and 17. So, and when I looked at some of the same senators, all the senators who voted against it this time who were there before had voted for it the time before. So what changed in libraries? And I thought, well, not a lot. We're still doing kind of the same stuff and doing it kind of the same way. So we really, if we're going to help you, you need to help us, because we really need to have this conversation as a state and say, holy smokes, libraries are safe places for your families and your kids. They are valuable places. They have an increasingly important role in Montana communities. If we're going to help you with money, you have to help us kind of figure out ways of telling that story in the next couple of years. And I would like, if I could, to pass the ball to my colleague, Alyssa, the librarian in Lewistown. She and Rachel Ron are co-chairing the Montana Library Association legislative group, and talk a little bit about what we've been up to. The trust has been able to take and work closely with the Montana Library Association. We're not really an advocacy group. The trust isn't really an advocacy group. We're out to raise money for you guys. But this year we have been working fairly closely on this money raising scheme here, this House Bill 91, and hopefully that passes. And we're wondering what our efforts look like 2 years from now, and what you think we need to do, what you want to do, how we can assist you with it. Anyhow, that's the trust perspective. We're a little bit befuddled. We're ready to go. We're eager to go, but this was weird.
Alyssa, please.
I'm Melissa Wallentees. I'm from Lewistown. I'm the library director there, and I'm also co-chair of the Montana Library Association's Government Affairs Committee. So we've been working on a lot of legislation this year, everything from working with obscenity rulings laws to doing a lot to support things like House Bill 91 for our state aid and to work on hotspot funding. I think really libraries are just the current front in this little culture war, and just like the police have been, and at some point someone will find someone else they would like to work with on that. I've had a lot of talks with patrons and board members at our local library about like the mission statement of the Lewistown Public Library, and that is that the Lewistown Public Library provides free and equal access to quality materials and services that fulfill the educational, recreational, informational, and cultural needs of the entire community. And so what I'm seeing right now in the legislature, as well as some in my own community, is that people have decided that there are people in their communities they don't want to see in public spaces, like queer people, and don't want to see represented in public spaces. And I think that is something that just goes against everything libraries do. We're a warehouse of information on everything that's out there, whether someone likes it or finds it objectionable or not. And part of that too, you can say we're representing the entire community, even the parts of the community that the majority might not agree with. Not to the detriment of the majority, of course, but just that, just like we have in our community, we have books that reflect queer people in the library. But also, like, I'm a farm kid and I'm a hunter. And so whether you're gonna take care of something or you're gonna gut it, you need to understand how it works. So whether you are looking to support something or oppose it, you need to have information about what something is about. And that's kind of the role that we've talked about as staff at the Lewistown Public Library that we play. A lot of what we're seeing right now too, though, is like our board sets our collection development policy and we operate within the policy of the board. But a lot of this rhetoric around libraries, and I think especially right now with school librarians, is encouraging personal attacks on individual librarians implementing policies from boards, whether those are school boards or library boards. So I think too that people are kind of taking the wrong tack in expressing their concerns because we're obligated to fulfill our duties as outlined, by our administrations. And that means for Lewistown, having a controversial and diverse collection of items as our board requests. Yeah. Jenny, is there anything else you would like me to touch on here?
If you were going to make a recommendation or a request.
I mean, I would very much appreciate your support for what we do. We're, as organizations, we're often going above and beyond and going that extra mile. And what that means is that there's a lot, I think, of burnout, especially in times like this. And if you aren't able to really support us during these times, that's really going to contribute to that sort of institutional burnout that comes from having this sort of thing going on. I would love to have the commission involved in helping to advocate for things like House Bill 91, the state aid bill, to help promote that with different legislators. And I think too, a lot of it just stems.
I came in and there was a lot of turnover there when I started. And stuff, but I walked in and I was like, well, why don't we just order the most middle of the room books? Because that's what's going to serve the majority of the community. They're going to get read the most, and the most senior librarian on staff took me aside and said, Alyssa, your middle of the road is not my middle of the road. You cannot do anything around that. You need to represent the entirety of the spectrum. You can't shy away from controversy. I mean, she's been there for 30 years. She's scratch out things in books. She's had people cover the shelves and dog food. It just continually happens with libraries. So I think I would appreciate if the commission understood the background that comes with a public space that is a reflection of an entire community, including the multiple values and private lives that are in that public space. And I'd also appreciate maybe some focus on how libraries have developed and how things like book challenges and bans have happened over time. And also, like we're seeing when people do remove items from shelves right now, what the legal and financial implications are for local libraries. If that sort of First Amendment violations and probably expensive. So having everyone on the same page with that history and the responsibility that comes with collecting information for the entire community, I would really appreciate Welcome to Tom. And I'm excited for it.
It's hard to visit with our friends out there, but they are. I really appreciate Bruce and this young lady speaking. It was really helpful. I feel like I need to express my concerns. My explanation of why I think we're under attack. Okay. And I am a Christian, and that is my whole filter. And I do think that I represent a percentage of Montana. Try to see the libraries through everybody and everybody's use. And I agree with
with it being fulfilling the needs of the whole community. I absolutely agree with that. I can't leave those values at the door because my belief in Christ is 24/7. So, however, nor do I expect other people to have to follow them. It is a complete choice. The only thing that I would disagree with the statement that was just made is that I don't think this is a bubbling up social movement. I think this is a reclaiming in America, which is painful on us in schools and everybody, of who gets to say what happens to children. See, I don't see this as not a movement that's affecting adults. I don't see anybody saying adults can't come into libraries, read what they want, do what they want. I see this as a bubbling up concern of parents, and I don't think we're gonna put that back in the bottle. I think parents are very concerned today that they themselves have given up a lot of the situations that control their children, whether it be schools, libraries, the internet. I'm happy to see parents stepping up. I was on a school board for 10 years. And I think there was a long time when parents just put their kids in the school and said, well, you're not our problem. So I don't see this going away. That's why I keep saying, I think we have to be careful in libraries that we have protective devices for kids that go through their parents. That parents can say, we've had parents stand up at these meetings and say, my kids can read anything in the library I want them to. I don't care what they read in the library. Absolutely fine, that's your child. But we've got other parents who don't feel that way. The problem I think we have is the parents who don't feel that way don't come to this board. I think they contact those of us who are worried about kids too. So I think we hear from them. So I don't want you to take what I say, because I love libraries. And if you ask me who I see myself representing here, it's the librarians. I want to be a voice to the librarians out there. I'm concerned at their workload. I'm concerned about their lack of pay. I'm concerned about their lack of help. I really care about them too. But I would share with you that there is a belief system that viewpoint has not been shared on this board in the past. Now, that may not be fair, because I wasn't here. I know the people that I've met here are wonderful. I also know that I've been under incredible attack. So the attack doesn't go just one way. The attack does not go one way. I know Robin and I received attacks so deep badly that she had turned her phone off access to her grandkids. So I know the attacks go every way. That's not right. I would also tell you that conservative outlets, etc., for some reason are focusing on libraries, what kids are exposed to. And I don't think it's all, I think it's unfair to paint everybody with that brush, but I think the examples that are coming forward are real. So we have to understand both. So let's just keep the conversations going. Let's not attack each other at all, because I greatly appreciate what was shared here. I really do. So I hope, I don't know if that helped any, but.
Yeah, this is Robin. I have to agree with Tammy. I see the same. I agree. I totally agree that we have people that need the books, and they have total. They have their right to see these books, but I also agree that children do not need to be constantly bombarded by like the cartoon books that I've seen I have seen terrible examples of cartoon books that I don't agree with. I do believe that we need to help kids on the right path. And I'm not sure what the right path is, whatever the right path is for them. But we need to, there has to be a line. And I do believe that it needs to be drawn. It doesn't mean that it has to be in the library for everyone. It doesn't mean that we can't provide books for everyone. It just, we do, like Tammy said, I do believe we do need to protect the kids. And I'm talking from my own view, my own children, my own grandchildren, rather. My own children can read what they want, but my grandchildren, I want to protect them. And I have seen books that scare me. And there's books about murder that scare me. I mean, there's books about killing that scare me. I mean, there's a lot of books out there that need to be looked at. It's not just the social movements of conservatism or Christianity or whatever. There's a lot of books out there that need to be looked at. But I agree that we need to provide the books for adults. They can read whatever they want. I'm not going to tell them they can't. They can do whatever they want. But I'm worried about our children.
So, one thing I would say is that we all share that value, as we've talked about here. So I don't think that's the debate we want to have. I don't think that's the question that's before us, because we all share that value.
But Jenny, it is before us. It is before us. If that book was put on the desks of the legislators and we are thought to have distributed it, it is before us.
Let me try to say that in a little bit different way. I think we, as a library community, we share that same value. So the question is, how do we communicate that to the legislature and other people who may be basing decisions on an assumption that we don't already share that value? And I think perhaps maybe at a future meeting, we could have some more information, education for the commission about,
I have seen, and I'm sorry, but I have seen where we do have, where we have had a lot of books put out there for children in libraries. So I can see where the public gets that. I can see where it comes from. I don't believe that we have that. There's so many nice, wonderful librarians. I believe that in Montana, and I know that we have good librarians, but there's also people there that believe a little bit differently. And that's fine. That's fine that they believe a little bit differently, whatever they want to believe. But does it have to be with kids? I guess I think that as the library commission that we do have a responsibility to let the public know that yes, that we are not out pushing an agenda, and that our libraries are not pushing an agenda. And hopefully we can find a way to get that across. But how do we do it? How do we do it?
that's my point in my question, Robin.
I think a good start is to make sure the House of Representatives members all know we did not put genderqueer on their desks. I mean, they need to know we did not put that there. We know that would be a serious mistake in this political arena for us and not fair representation of our libraries.
Yes, if that keeps us from getting you guys have worked so incredibly hard for this. It's like, oh my word. I would hope that they would know that we didn't do that, and that, for heavens, that's terrible. They need to be let know that we did not do that, and And we apologize for it, but we didn't do it. And we've been, and we need that funding for our libraries.
We can think about a strategy to communicate that information. I'm not sure how best to do that, but I don't know, Tom, if you have suggestions as a former legislator.
You can request that a letter or a note be placed in every legislator's mailbox. Sometimes gets buried in a flurry. There might be better ways to communicate than that. You could make a public statement that accompanied that. There are email channels. That sometimes is a place to get lost too. So if it's intended to be substantive, perhaps the letter insert in the mailbox and the email is not the way to do it. And I'd just like to add to what Robin and Tammy have said. Children have a right to expect protection from adults in society. And we have an obligation to protect children. So those are our responsibilities as adults, as parents, as the citizens in the society to protect children.
So we want to address the gender queer concern. You know, I think, you know, what Robin said, and I think that's probably echoing what Tom and Tammy have said to convey that we all agree that we want libraries, that libraries are safe spaces for children. We want them to continue to be safe spaces for children where children are protected, that's a value that we all share, and that libraries are not pushing any other kind of agenda other than that. You know, those are things that we can continue to communicate when we're talking about the role of libraries in the state of Montana.
I think it's more that we are not interfering in parenting. I think it's real important that parents understand. I think they feel pretty overwhelmed today. I think if I was raising my children, when I look at my grandkids in the day of the internet and the addiction to TikTok and the addiction to the internet, these children are the suicide rate amongst our teens is sky high, and it's all tied to this stuff. And I think it's an absolutely terrifying time. And parents are very isolated enough. I think it's tough for them. And they're looking for people who are not, they don't expect us to parent their children necessarily, but they certainly don't want us to step in and interfere with that parenting. And I think they need to see us as aides in this process, in that, you know, my concern is I'm very worried about our Indigenous children on the reservation. I'm very worried about the disappearance of them, and that they go into a library and get on an internet that is completely open to people who are trying to reach there. I don't want that. I don't want any kid damaged or hurt by, I don't want predators getting hold of our kids or anything we have. So, I just think if I'd be more concerned in letting them know that we don't see ourselves as interfering with the parenting at all, or respecting it or working together or whatever.
Could you tell me again who did put that book on the legislator's desk?
The Montana Federation of Public Employees, the union.
All right, thank you.
I didn't think that was one. Maybe we need to reach out to them and say, could you clarify this?
Yeah.
That might be a good starting place, is to notify them that there is confusion. You know, and I think it's sad that that book would sit on House members and they would immediately think of libraries. I think that's really unfortunate, but I think it's even sadder that it wasn't clear who it came from. That's really
I
weird.
mean, I can't speak to it because the only person I've heard
Yeah.
about it from is you, so I don't have any other context.
question. The sergeant at arms is the one that approves the distribution to desks. So if we want to track that down, we could call him. And see that, ask who requested the permission. And if the book was put there for shock value,
So this is again what was communicated to me when I researched the issue. Some legislators had copied 3 pages of the book and distributed them. And so, without the full context of the book, there was, it wasn't perceived as a fair representation of the context of the book. And so the union had distributed copies of the full book so legislators could see the full book, not just the pages that had been previously distributed. I guess, another question I would ask the commission is specifically in response to the question that libraries don't deserve funding. How would you respond to that statement? Again, this is a bill that
Don't deserve it.
Yeah, there was a statement on the Senate floor that libraries don't deserve funding.
May I
I
speak
was-
to that? Oh, go ahead, Tom.
I would rather not contend with the speaker of that statement at this table. That speaker should defend his or her own statement.
May I speak to why they deserve our funding? Mr. Dalton.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, sorry. The library, I have been to a library since I was 4 years old. I lived in Wisconsin. We walked a mile to the library, walking down busy streets to the library. We would go there if it was very hot. We would go, I remember checking out the most wonderful books, Snip, Snap, Snurr, Flicka, all the wonderful books. Those are my best memories from when I was a child, besides going to the swimming pool. For a child, for adults, using the library to check out books for research. I realized that you can do all that on the internet, but going and holding a book, going and using, if a person is not able to have the internet in their house, using their internet, using the computers, using their research tools, using the librarians who have vast knowledge. We have it's such a resource for the communities, a place to get together and discuss books, book talks, there's so many different things that libraries have that are beneficial for our small rural Montana communities and for the cities. The library in Missoula, with all of the incredible services that they have, the cooking classes, it was incredible when we were there last year. Our libraries in Montana are vast, incredible works of art. Even the art shows that they have in libraries. We need to, and that's what we need to portray of our libraries, instead of all the negativity that they are getting. If we could just do that some way, I know that we could get funding, we would get positivity. And that's why our libraries deserve funding. I don't know. There's so many other things that I have not even listed, but there are so many positives to libraries.
I love books. I love the smell of books. I love the feel of books. I don't want to read them online. I want to hold them I want kids to hold them. I want them to have availability to them. I think it's crucial to our democracy. I think it's crucial to our freedom. I think it's crucial to our communication. I don't want to have a society that cannot, I don't want children without an imagination. I don't want to see a society of children who can only imagine if it's led to them on a cartoon or something. I want them to be able to read words, explode in their own little heads what they're seeing. And I think books are an absolute gift. And I think they're a very important backbone. And I don't know why people no longer, it seems to me they see them either as irrelevant or, as you say, an indoctrination of children instead of an adventure for children. And we need to make sure we change that. And that's our goal. That's my goal.
Since we're praising books, I'll add an 8-line poem from Emily Dickinson. I have memorized it, but I don't want to embarrass myself by trying to recite it here. There is no frigate like a book to take us lands away, nor any coursers like a page of prancing poetry. This traverse may the poorest take without a press of toll. How frugal is the chariot that bears a human soul.
Yes.
Yes. Amen.
Again, I know this topic is gonna come up again tomorrow. You know, this commission is looked upon as such leaders within the library community, and what you've just expressed here. It's so important for librarians to hear. It's so important for our elected leaders to continue to hear. So I hope we can continue to reflect on the role and opportunity that we have to play in to carefully articulate the great work that is going on in our communities. And Robin, as you said, to try to change that, the dialogue that's happening around libraries. So I hope we can continue to look for those kinds of opportunities. I hope for a positive hearing tomorrow before Senate Finance for this particular bill. When I look at the votes, we should have the votes, but it's going to be very, very close. And so, you know, I expect this debate is going to continue for the next several weeks and as Bruce said, beyond and into the next legislative session.
Thanks, Jenny. Framework.
So
Maybe I'll take a break.
up to you guys.
You guys want to take a break or do you
No.
guys want to keep going?
Oh, I would like to see if we could get one of those Raptors sandwiches.
What we have? Have you had lunch?
No,
Oh, I had lots of chips and candy bar, yeah.
but you probably paid for it, right? So
Should we kept one? Yes.
Kelly could run down for it. I mean, sorry, you want to.
Well, thanks.
All right, well, we'll continue.
So, as is stated in the memo in your, meeting materials, and as you know, we've been meeting regularly with the governor about our outcomes, goals, strategies, and measures report. And one of the questions that he has raised for us to think about is how we measure our specific strategies and then our overall goal that all Montanans have access to library content and services sufficient to their needs. And then our strategies fostering partnerships, securing sufficient and sustainable funding, and creating a useful information infrastructure. And I provided in your meeting materials information and feedback from our lead staff who are responsible for managing the initiatives that we are undertaking, and their suggestions on how they would measure these particular strategies, the outcomes of these strategies for their work. But I felt like it was important for the commission to have a conversation about how you would measure success in terms of our overall goals and our strategies. And hopefully we can come to a point where we can succinctly articulate what those metrics or what those individual measures might be. And find ways then to collect and evaluate that information and work with Rebecca and our other staff to then collect and report on that data.
Anyone's just without generating control, that's great.
Oh, well. You know, I think when I think about the overall goal, that one's maybe a little bit. It's a little bit harder to come up with a succinct measure. And when the governor and I were talking about this, I said that, you know, for a lot of us, it means identifying individual groups of users that we can engage with and ask them how well we are meeting their information needs. Which isn't necessarily one measure, which is really what the governor is looking for. He's looking for a binary measure. Did we accomplish it or not? And the example that he gave me of his overall goal is creating 45,000 new jobs in Montana with a salary of more than $50,000. So he can say, I accomplished that or I didn't accomplish that. And when he works with his other departments, their initiatives might not necessarily directly create new jobs, but the example he gave was working with the Department of Public Health on behavioral health and drug addiction issues. And helping people become more job ready to help accomplish that goal. So to me, the most difficult question is that binary question of have we accomplished something or not? We have plenty of food, no one's gonna go.
Now,
on.
see how wonderful that is.
Yeah.
We just asked if that could happen and doubled it. Thank you.
Go for it. The other ones to me are a little bit more tangible. Like I think we could very easily do customer satisfaction surveys of our partners to evaluate how well working with the state library is helping them leverage their mission and goals. Securing sufficient and sustainable funding. We obviously have funding goals around or we have goals around our funding needs and receiving that funding. And similarly, I think we can do surveys of users of our different digital services to ask them how well our digital information is meeting their information needs. That's in line with what other agencies are doing in terms of customer satisfaction surveys.
I think my question with this is he talking about the Montana State Library
Yes.
as opposed to the individual libraries?
Yes.
Because they have, I think, their own evaluation and answerability to their directors, whoever they are. So I think he's talking about our group in Helena with the 51 employees and the
Exactly.
30 million budget.
Exactly.
Yeah,
agency.
this, and I have to tell you, that was a shock to me when I came on the board a year ago. I thought that we were basically working with the outlying libraries and somewhat through our LC, the school libraries and the university libraries with like Patricia. But I didn't get that we had all these services that were not with the outlying libraries. So maybe, and do they have measurable? I would think it was easy to do measurable with anything under Evan, right? Because yours are measurable.
Everywhere.
Yeah,
We have measured, there's not a problem measuring. The issue is, what are the important things that
To
we
measure.
feel like we need to measure to communicate with the governor?
I see.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good way of phrasing it. So if we were to say. This is, I don't know, the most important thing we want to accomplish. and express that to the governor? How would we do that? Tom's shaking his head, and I'm glad to see him shaking his head because I've been shaking my head too.
I have some pet projects for taking the measurement, putting a dollar figure on it. And deciding what's costing too much and what is a super good value. Per delivered item. From GPS coordinate to a surveyor in Ovando. That costs 25 cents or 0.2 cents. What does it cost for the Department of Revenue to send that cadastral stuff out to the counties? But that's not what we're talking about here. That's a good project. That's a really worthy project, I think, because it will help us decide. Pat ourselves on the back and to say, ooh, this is way too much. And we need to cut back here. But yeah, so a binary choice. Did we do it or did we not in accord with our mission? I can't think of it off the top of my head. It's a good question.
It's a
Great.
good question, and I'm not saying we have to come up with an answer today. But I wanted to pose it to the commission because, you know, we are responsible to you. And we can keep this on the agenda item for the June discussion as well.
I'm not feeling, and it could be my misinterpretation, so I'm very willing to be corrected. I'm not finding that the majority of the jobs at the Montana State Library in Helena are aimed at access to library content and services. I'm finding a lot of them when we have reports, et cetera, are about the GIS tracking, about the, you know, other projects, it seems to me. In fact, a lot of the money seems to be dedicated to that.
I guess we consider that library content. So the GIS data it's our collection. All of the natural heritage data that we talked about at the previous meeting.
That is,
our.
I agree.
But
I'm thinking like, we got a report that we're now working with the Secretary of State on getting all the addresses for elections, et cetera. I think it's great if it saves us money, if they want us to, if we're not duplicating, if it's not shared, if it's private and kept close. But on the other hand, that doesn't seem to me to give access to library content services. It seems to me that the Montana State Library in Helena has wears a lot of hats that I don't see. I'm not saying they're not valuable. I just don't see them relating to the libraries out there and what I thought it would be. I think that's growing. That's probably important. But I'm not sure why they're there. Like I remember saying when I first met Evan, why are the 911 calls coming to us from all over the state instead of the rep to the Department of Justice? Seems to me the 911 calls should be coming to the Department of Justice, and
We don't get into that one. I just want to be very clear.
you don't.
This is a public meeting, people are listening. No 911 calls come to the state library.
Just the,
I think that's very important.
So
I don't want
again,
any misunderstanding.
okay,
Yeah.
it's not the calls, it's the,
It's the content and services. Our data is used by Montanans in public safety answering points, in local governments, even in the Department of Justice, to map where the calls are coming from. So that is an example of Montanans getting access to library content and applying it to inform 911 services.
Here's a review for me again. The goal is something that staff and commission have worked together in the past year or two to phrase that single sentence.
Right.
The library content is understandable to the general public. Books, magazines, e-content through their public library locally. I think it's the way that the general public would read library content. And then we, knowing how much digital service we provide, we think the services word is the word for lots of other things, sufficient unto their needs. And that's pretty broad. People have infinite needs. So I'm not sure that's tight enough. But to have access to library content and services, that's somewhat measurable for library content. But does somebody living in Circle have access to library content? if they have an internet connection, they do. So project done. We accomplished our binary goal. It's a plus.
One of the examples of a project that Rebecca is going to be working on this coming year is, we're calling it a kind of a geographic services study to determine how issues of distance and the digital divide are impacting equitable access to library services as a way to identify how those particular barriers are impacting library services to help inform how we might work to further resolve them. So, but that's sort of an initiative. That's not necessarily a goal in and of itself.
Yeah, it's kind of step one, and the goal might follow as we more information.
I think we had quite a bit of an issue in the legislature, a positive funding of the mapping. Okay, and the 3D mapping,
The real-time network.
yeah, right. Okay, so that seems to be a modern issue, which when we had our open house, we were watching that being done personally. And at your office.
I think you might be talking about lighter.
Oh, yeah.
The
Those-
elevation.
yeah.
Okay, and we were watching that being done. And we said in the room that day, what can this be used for? And it was shared that we could be using, like farmers and ranchers could use it for crop measurement. The IRS could use it to see what you have on your land as opposed to what you claimed. So I don't know if we're the only people doing that, how that relates to library services. I'm not saying it shouldn't be done. But we seem to be like the pivotal of that. I thought that was part of our funding, but I might be wrong.
So the role that the state library plays in the LiDAR project is in helping to identify partners. So, our first strategy is foster partnerships. Identifying partners who have funding to contribute. And then working with the USGS. It's a USGS project. They're the ones that are going out and collecting the LiDAR data with the funding that the partners contribute. And then we receive that data and it becomes part of our library collection. And then we serve that out to patrons who need it for whatever.
So our job is only to be a centralized place to put it.
Right.
Not to help invent it or
Develop the technology.
develop it or
Yeah.
any of the.
Question on that. Are we duplicating USGS's presentation to the public at all? Okay, thanks. That's good enough. I agree that we should make this a matter of future discussion.
Yeah, feedback for future discussion was continue to think of what we do, how well we do it, and what your product output is. And then you'll have results based upon that.
And I want to clarify too, what Evan pointed out, we're not the 911 holding place. We're not the Secretary of State registry. It just comes through us.
Yeah, we don't, no,
We
it doesn't even come through us. We have maintained an address and street center line database for more than 15 years.
Mhm.
Some of that came to us from the Department of Administration many years ago. Both of those programs rely heavily on addressing and road street center line locations, as well as boundaries. Boundaries we've also maintained for many years. So as those programs have become more geographically enabled, in the case of elections, ensuring things are where people understand them to be, and obviously similarly with 911, we have made our experience, expertise, and data available to those programs. In the case of 911, we have set up a process by which those local entities, the public safety answering points, are able to go in and validate and improve their data sets. We support them in that, but we're not, phone calls do not come to us in any way. We never have, and we never will. The library will never receive 911 phone calls. I promise you that. We will fight to the end to ensure that. I've never heard any suggestion that that should be the case, but I just want to assure you, we have no interest in this. And likewise, we will never manage information about actual votes, who votes, how they vote, any of that. But the building blocks as far as boundary data sets, address locations that are critical to making important elections decisions, we're going to be available to help make sure those are the best data sets available.
Thanks, Evan.
When we get information on that, Jenny, will you kind of let us know how much of our personnel and budget is aimed at these areas?
Like the 911 and.
Or just in general, the mapping, the.
Yeah, yeah, and you'll see that in June, when
Yes.
we bring the budget, it'll be laid up for you by project. And then within the project personnel and operations.
Thank you.
This is Melissa. I just want to please add that the dashboard online does show the actual expenditures and the budget by each of those programs, Tammy, so that information is available to you and updated each quarter.
Thank you on the dashboard.
And I wanted to add in general, the dashboards that we have, I think those are a good starting point. I don't want to suggest that the commission should feel limited to what's there. But you can see what we're already measuring. If there are items in there that we think should be the priority here, or it might trigger some ideas about modifications to those, or something that we're not capturing right now. So I just encourage you to consider that.
This is something.
Yeah.
This is my questions.
All right, moving forward on the agenda, we are now 30 minutes behind. A good conversation. Let's start with a state library report.
I don't need to spend a lot of time going over the items that are in the report unless you have any particular questions about anything. I just wanted to obviously provide access to our work plan, our OGSM report. There's a memo in your materials about the need to do some pretty significant administrative rules work over the course of the summer and probably into the fall, looking at how our current legislation will be impacting our administrative rules. There's a memo about the status of the recording studio that we have for our talking book program. We've been working with the governor's office to find a new home for that recording studio. We think there's an opportunity to make it as available as part of a media center that all state agencies would have access to, and we hope that we have a potential partnership with the Montana Department of Transportation for that recording studio. Information about please.
Question for Jenny. Just general information, how much of the recording studio's time is devoted to state documents and how much is devoted to recreational products?
I don't have Marilyn here, and I don't know that I could quantify that. By far, the majority is for our talking book patrons, and I would say the majority of those are largely recreational reading. We do some state documents and other state publications, but the majority is recreational reading for our talking book patrons.
Follow up, Mr. Chair. The state documents, how many of those are required by statute to be recorded?
No, none. I can't think of one that would be required to be recorded by statute.
Because it can be pretty boring.
It sounds like you're not volunteering to record those.
When Kelly asked about that this morning, her response surprised me when she was talking about the government. She talked about, all these government documents, she said, were on there.
The voter pamphlets and the Constitution and some of
Yeah, quite a few of those, but
Driver's license manual.
driver's license.
And then there are some that are fuzzier. Montana Outdoors is a publication of Fish, Wildlife
yes,
and
that
Parks.
was
but
great.
do you call that, it's certainly not a requirement for a function, but it is government information.
And follow up, what's the usage of the state-specific recordings compared to, is it 5% of the utilization or 40%? How many hits do we get on Montana Outdoors?
Wait, I'd have to get you that.
Yeah.
Compared to the.
Yeah, we can get you that information.
Yeah, and a similar, to a question that came up earlier, I'm not sure, I wasn't clear that this was understood in the earlier conversation. The vast majority of the talking points that we make available are provided by the NLS and are not specific Montana content. The recording studio is a very small percentage of the overall collection that our talking book patrons have available.
Oh, okay, I did not
Yeah.
clarify that.
That's our opportunity to ensure Montana is represented in that.
That's why she said that mostly you record Montana books.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Because the others are available nationwide.
Yep, exactly.
Okay, that makes sense now. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
The only item I'd like to make sure we have time to discuss in June is the 10-1024-003. Or the one on the rule on master's degree of science. Now, you said there's 6 communities that have that requirement. I think it was 6 was Hamilton, or was it
It
Big Bear?
was, there's 8. The smallest of those is Hamilton.
Hamilton,
Yeah.
okay, that have
So-
over 25,000.
Right, so what we will do starting after the legislative session is go into an administrative rules review process. And I've outlined for you in the memo, the rules that need to be reviewed and updated based on the passes of legislation. And also a request to review that particular rule. So there'll be a complete rules process. We will have a task force of individuals, including someone from this commission on that task force to review and seek public comment and input on these rules and make draft rule recommendations back to the full commission. So that's the process that will launch after the legislative session.
I would like very much for the or the commissioners to have an opportunity to discuss this. That you require masters of library science or equivalent degree. Of people serving over 25,000. Because there is no library science degree attainable in Montana. From what I can tell, this has changed. A master's.
There never has been.
No.
But by far the majority of people earn that degree online. And we've provided scholarships in the past to allow for that to happen.
And so defining the equivalent degree, and also I'd like to see some discussion about work experience in lieu of.
That will all be part of the discussion that will happen during the administrative rules development process.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Burnett?
I move that Commissioner Hall be appointed to the task force.
We can, the chair at that point in time can create that task force.
So we as a commission will create the task force.
That's
Correct. If I am still the chair, I will follow that board.
It's.
She's online.
There's Addie.
She's online, yeah.
What's gonna be?
Yeah, Addie's online and ready.
Oh, Addie, let's go. Prior business, state library awareness campaign update.
I'm so sorry. I couldn't hear that I was being prompted until that last prompt, Dalton, so.
My apologies. Sometimes I think you can read my brain. Not just you, I think a lot of people.
I believe you're already co-host. Co-host, I believe you can share if you need.
I'm pulling up the deck right now. This update will be brief, give you a little more time back to your agenda here. But we did want to provide an update as to where things are with the educational campaign. Just a quick reset, right? After our rebrand, sort of the full intent of this project was to use that as a platform to educate and build awareness for all that the library has to offer. And so what I'm excited to share with you today is what that new campaign looks like, as well as some additional tactics and strategies that we're using to support specific audiences and specific goals for the state library. So specifically, the awareness education campaign goals are to help users connect services with the library, right? Services that they may be using or may not, but may not be aware that the library is the one that is offering them, and to encourage them to use them more often, or to use services that they may be already using as a jumping off point to other things. So there's a little bit of a sort of cross sell, we would call it in marketing, taking place here with this campaign. And just a reminder of all the different audiences that we support as the state library with the various programs and services. So our plan, was all about maximizing impact for minimal cost. So it is an integrated strategy consisting of paid, owned, which are the state library's properties, shared, which are partnerships and partner channels, very important, and earned, of course, that public relations aspect. So from a paid perspective, and this is more sort of the traditional media that you think of when you think of media, we turn to social to provide the greatest reach and cost efficiency and targeting. Montana is a small state. We obviously don't need to reach people outside of Montana with this campaign. And what the social campaign allows us to do is to get really surgical in terms of who we're reaching out to with these messages. And so we are using both Facebook and Instagram, as well as LinkedIn, and targeting based on interests, job titles, industries, for LinkedIn member groups, et cetera. And what that ultimately looks like is an audience of over 680,000. We assume there's some duplication between the Meta properties and LinkedIn in terms of who's online. And here's just kind of a quick snapshot of the industries and interests coupled together that the users, or I should say the consumer audience who's receiving these ads, are affiliated with. And it's a very diverse group because the library supports such diverse programs and services. So just a moment, how does a thing go from a brand to a campaign? How does this message come to life? And our creative brief to our team was very simple. We have this wonderful brand positioning or platform. A greater state of knowledge begins here. So how do we dimensionalize that to really bring to life what exactly that means? What is a greater state of knowledge? What is the knowledge about, right? And provide clarity as to specifically what we can do and how we can help. And the resulting campaign we're calling Begin Here. Originally, we were calling it Needs and Wants because it really does address sort of the real world applications of the state library. And it uses a very friendly conversational manner to prompt user engagement. And in this case, the user engagement is clicks on the ads. Depending on which ad they click on, they're taken to different landing pages that either on the state library site or affiliated sites, such as the National Heritage Program Field Guide or the Montana History Portal, et cetera, that deliver more information on these topics. And so I'll kind of walk you through what you're seeing here. These are mock-ups of the ads, and I hope some of the folks on this call have started receiving the ads in the wild. If you're on social media, If you fall into one of these categories of audience targeting and or follow the state library or the history project, chances are good that you will come across these soon if you haven't already. So these are mock-ups in the form of a Facebook story. There's also Facebook desktop and mobile, as well as Instagram, in-feed and stories, as well as LinkedIn. So we're kind of covering all the bases of different ad types within these platforms. And it displays as a carousel. So what you'll see here are a series of 8 ads that are in a kind of tile format that you can swipe through to see all of the messages. And each one of these focuses on a different program or service. So you'll see the cadastral, the heritage program, the library directory, talking book library, Montana Library to Go, et cetera, represented across these. And the approach that our team took was to ask a very simple question in the voice of a user, an ordinary Montanan who might be wondering some of these things. What type of bird did I just see? Where is the closest library? Is state data easily accessible? Where can I borrow audiobooks? And then supporting that with the line, "For answers, begin here." And what we like about that line is it points toward the state library as a starting point in that engagement, in that exploration, in that finding, attaining that greater state of knowledge, right? Begin here. And then as you see, we have kind of the name of the program or service as a footnote or subhead to each of these ad tiles. And when they click on learn more, they're taken to the landing page, which again, depending on which one of these they're clicking on, will be a different landing page in the universe of the state library's websites. And I'll pause. Questions on the ads or how they work? I know, some folks are more on social than others, so I just want to make sure I'm not leaving anyone in the dust.
Addie, I just wanted to tell you, I did see they didn't exactly look like this, but it was like just a smaller version. So yes, so yeah, I've seen it a couple times and I didn't even think to click, but I will next time for sure.
Yeah,
that's wonderful. Great.
Do engage. Thank you, Robin.
Yeah.
I also saw them come across on Instagram and was so excited. I thought they were eye-catching, and I wanted to click on all of them and didn't at the time, but Will also did do a few. So I thought they were very well done.
Yes, and I can tell you, yes, it was very eye-catching, except I just didn't realize, I didn't know that it was coming out yet, so I just scrolled on by, but next time I will click. Shame on me.
You'll see the ad again, I'm sure.
Yeah, I know I've seen it at least twice.
And then we'll be retargeting folks who visit the state library website and or click through to make sure that there's, again, just multiple touch points of the campaign. A few fast facts. Hopefully these answer some additional questions. I spoke, where are they running? Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, reaching over 680,000 Montanans. The campaign launched April 5th and will run through the end of May. What can you do to support the new campaign? Obviously, clicking through is great. Like the ad, share it with your friends, and just put support behind it. The algorithms know, and they'll continue to optimize the campaign around that performance and engagement. And then, obviously accountability is really important to Hoffman York as well as the state library. And we will be providing kind of a mid-campaign report on the month of April in early May, and then a campaign end report the early week of June. And even to date, we're looking at the data, who's clicking on what are some of the comments, and engaging the state library as needed, just with updates so that they have full transparency into the campaign performance as it's unrolling. And if we need to make changes, those are discussions that we'll have just to make sure we have the most optimized and engaging campaign that we can have out there and make the best use of the budget. So I'll just tick through. Oh, sorry, was there another question?
Yeah, this is Dalton. How's it looking on your side, with what you're seeing? Is this campaign working? Do you see people engaging?
We do see people engaging. It's still very early to tell. We know there has been quite a bit of engagement around the cadastral, I think in part because that's a very recognizable application for a lot of Montanans. You know, it has a great sort of universal appeal. But I'm actually chatting with our social manager tomorrow just to get a better perspective on what we're seeing so far. But yes, we are getting engagement.
That's good. I'm a little disheartened to hear that our 2 commissioners saw the ads and didn't click on them. Just poking fun.
Sorry. Terrible.
Eddie, I can't see all that well. Did it show on those? Does it say Montana State Library on them?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So you do see the social icon and name of the sponsor.
That's all I wanted to make sure,
Yeah.
is that if it came up and didn't have that, then it would be, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's great.
And depending on the format, you know, someone mentioned, you know, seeing it in Instagram or seeing it on Facebook in your desktop feed will look different than these stories. There's sort of different levels of prominence of that icon and the branding, but it's very clear.
Thanks, Eddie. Commissioner Burnett.
Mr. Chairman, building awareness is wonderful, but unless it transfers into utility, it's soft. So here's a place where we can use the idea of, did we accomplish it or not? We haven't established that at the outlet. We should have said 3 months ago, okay, before we spend this 125,000 or whatever we're spending on marketing, our goal is to see traffic in these 5 areas of the library increase 10% or 30%. We haven't done that. Because I know NASA is out there, but I don't go to their site. And they're not useful to me in any direct way. So maybe it's a little late for us to do that, to hold accountability for our $100,000 spend. To decide what kind of utilization increase we think is proper for that kind of spending as a commission. Engagement is cool, but unless people read the stuff, benefit from it, if they, this is not a popularity contest, this is to be used. So I suggest that we as a commission come up with a number.
No.
Yeah, now, I mean, we're 3 months later.
I suspect Jenny will want to address this as well, but you know, we did get into the nitty-gritty, and I don't have it in this presentation of what our performance indicators will be for this campaign. In part, impressions, right? And that's just like, how many eyeballs are we getting on this? And I get to your point, that is not perhaps, you know, your ultimate goal, but as an awareness campaign, we consider that, you know, a measure of success, as well as how many clicks. And on the back end, what the state library can triangulate with this is, what does that look like from a site traffic perspective, right? Where are users going when they land on this page? What else are they engaging in? How long are they spending on the page? You know, there are specific initiatives that we have spoke about with the state library, specifically Talking Book Library, and goals to increase engagement with that have a more robust strategy that extends beyond this campaign, as well as the real-time network. So, you know, those have much more concrete increased usage goals that for the state library as a whole across these particular programs are not as shared. And Jenny, I welcome you to come in and add to that as you see fit.
Yeah, I think, you know, this component of the campaign is really general awareness. You know, addressing the fact that people are using the state library and not recognizing it, or they're not aware of the services, so they're not using it. As Addie said, every single one of these services that people can link through to has some kind of use metric tied to a dashboard. And so we know when the campaign began, and we can calculate that usage. I don't know that I would be comfortable picking a metric and saying we were successful or not. Just, you know, I don't know that we have that kind of target in mind. We could pick one, but I don't know what I would base that on, because I just don't have that kind of knowledge about how to propose that. So that's sort of the general awareness campaign. And then specific to the Talking Book Library, we do have specific metrics in terms of growing the number of patrons and growing the number of subscribers from basically 0 in our RTN to the 500 or so that we're targeting to make that sustainable. So in that more concrete aspect of the campaign, we do have those kinds of targets.
Yeah. And for the Talking Book Library and Real-Time Network, to help achieve those goals, we're really working beyond paid media. When I talked about a more robust strategy, if it's okay, I'll just skip ahead to this shared slide where, you know, partners really become instrumental to the success of those. We had some great conversations with stakeholders for each of those organizations to understand logistics, potential, highest potential audiences, obstacles to adoption. And we'll use that to inform how we move forward. And some of the thoughts, and these will get much more specific for each group. This is kind of a surface skim here, but, you know, asking partners to include a link to the state library and or providing one-sheeters for them to put on their website resources page. And by partners, we're talking about things like, for Real-Time Network, you know, we might be talking about agricultural organizations, precision farming organizations, surveying organizations within the state. Talking Book program, we might be looking at educational institutions. So, you know, that type of shared resources, having state library included in partner newsletters, arranging speaking opportunities and or conference exhibitions, guest lectures in the classroom, you know, at Montana State in their precision ag classes, to really deeply engage those audiences and help meet those increased usage goals.
Jenny, I should have asked this question earlier, but when we were talking about all the programs with the Montana Shared Catalog, consulting program, our outreach and Talking Book program, Montana History of Portable Government services that we talked about this morning, to use those resources, do you have to have a library card?
Well, some of those services, like the consulting services, are targeted at librarians. Services like all of our government information, the digital laws that Jim presented on, all of the Montana History portal, the cadastral application, those don't require any kind of authentication. They're freely available resources from us. Montana Library to Go, because that's a collection largely from public libraries, you would have your public library card. And then we have a professional development collection that's for library professionals and state employees, and you do have to have a library card to access those.
So I think the simplest measure of success is growth in library cards.
I think that's one measure for one
How
component.
much growth?
There's something really tricky about that, and that's database maintenance. Libraries regularly purge patrons, so it's really hard to track growth in library cards because of that maintenance. One thing we're doing with Talking Book Services Maryland, I met with Keystone, who's the library system for the Talking Book. And they're giving us snapshot reports of breakdown of patrons by county and different demographics, so that'll be really useful for this, and we started that in January, so we'll have that information going forward. I wonder, maybe something similar to that could be,
And so that's just a sustained conversion.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I just wanted to go back and say again, when it comes to the discussions we've had about talking books and RTN, there are these very concrete, measurable
they are.
usage targets. We haven't come up with what those targets will be, but that's exactly what we're trying to drive. But when we're talking about awareness, you know, keep in mind things like when we get a new commissioner and they are surprised at all the different services we offer. We don't think that should be the case. We want people to know what we do when we come in. And I'm not saying, you know, Jenny suggests there may not be a metric. I won't say that there's not a metric that can do that, but I want to be sure that's the metric that we're capturing. You know, the metric that represents that is what we're capturing, not something that's purely, you know, we got more people onto the cadastral site. Or when we speak to legislators, that they're not surprised at the types of services that we provide, that they understand the full breadth. And that's why these are all presented together in this ad campaign, so that somebody that might recognize that we support Montana Library to Go will then suddenly associate, oh, I didn't realize the library was also providing catastrophe. Or whatever other title they might see. So you know, if there's a good metric.
Service, because I can't tell you how many times I go out and talk about the Montana History Portal and people go, well, what's that? I've never heard of that. So that's another thing about the awareness, that they just know it exists, you know, and recognize that name.
Did these little bleeps change, or are those the 8 we're using?
Those are the 8 we're using. We do have the ability to change them in the future, but. for
Because
this
I loved
campaign,
them all, because they all, to me, said what they were. Except my favorite, the history portal,
Oh, really?
because can I see my old yearbook? It's fine, and I was kind of curious, but I didn't know if I liked those people that much. No, I'm just kidding. I'm meeting with 4 of them today. But I can see things there that would be, when did my town ever have a pizza parlor? I mean, I can see questions that would draw me into the history, a curiosity much more than a yearbook. And I don't know if you picked yearbook because it's a book, but that would draw me in, because that's what I love about your site.
So based on what Addie did here, and Addie, I haven't even shared this with you yet, but I should say for the record, I'm Jennifer Burnell, the director of the History Portal. What
Which I
we
love.
did is we went in and made an ad for the History Portal. And so we had some money available for me to do that. And in that case, I made 5 different cards similar to this, but it said Montana Historical Transportation on it. Horses, and you see an image of a horse and somebody riding that horse. Automobiles, trains, so on. And we ran that for about 5 days just to see what that was like. So that when you clicked on the link, the learn more link, like is here, you went to a list of pictures of horse, automobile, trains, boat, whatever the topic was. So I think we're trying to do that in other ways, not just the general awareness campaign for the state library.
So awareness can be measured if we had a baseline. If you surveyed 150 legislators right now, you'd get the baseline of their awareness of the 12 things that we do, or the 15 things that we do, and it'd be really bad, but it would be a baseline. And then in 6 months, you could survey a sample of that same people and say, what do you know that we do? And see if you gained anything. You could do that with the general public. But generally saying that we want to increase awareness is not very metrical. We have to have a baseline. We have to measure before and after. And if we don't, we're just talking about incidentals and stories, valid stories, but it doesn't give us, did we do 10% or did we do 2% or 50%? How much more aware are people? So we're behind on the baseline part of this thing. If awareness is the main thing. And maybe that's half of our goal, and the other half is to increase utilization, more visits to the natural resources page. More visits to history, more visits to and use and time on those visits. So awareness and utilization. So we're just doing stuff now that we think is going to do some good.
Jenny, do we have any more awareness campaign updates scheduled in the future?
We've been trying to do these updates once a month. Addie does one online for everyone in months that the commission doesn't meet.
Did we get one last one? I don't think I'm getting, one, so I'll talk to you about that. If we have reports, can we get the materials? Like, we've gotten so much from you, it helps me read it in advance because I don't see sometimes very well. So if we can get a copy, Addie, in the future of your materials with our, not a copy paper.
The PDF report. We can make that happen.
Mr. Chair, I have a specific motion that we use calendar year 2022 as the baseline of use. And that we measure calendar year 2023 for increase in use of any of the services that we're presently measuring. As the only way that we can evaluate the effectiveness of the branding, awareness, and utilization campaign, since we don't have baseline on awareness.
I would second.
I don't think legally we can actually make a motion and take action, but we can definitely take that recommendation. Rebecca's been
Can do is bring those to the June meeting or the next update. And have it at the June meeting,
Why can we not make a motion? It is an agenda item.
It's not not noticed.
because
as
we
an
have to get
action.
48 hours notice for action items.
It's not noticed as an action item, it's just an update. But I don't see any reason why we can't do what you're suggesting. Rebecca's already working on an awareness campaign dashboard.
Okay.
And so taking that baseline data, as you suggest, as the baseline for how we're measuring the change. I think that seems perfectly reasonable.
And I'll throw a number out. 15%. Increase too low
No, you said 15% to grow.
growth.
So in that dashboard, and Rebecca can figure out how to have that, so whatever that target looks like, exactly.
I would just like to note that I would be hesitant to commit to a 15% growth without consulting our media team. You know, I think there are benchmarks for what level of investment and length and duration of campaign can lead to those kinds of results. I don't want to just pick an arbitrary number that might set the campaign up for scrutiny that it doesn't deserve. So if it's all right, I'd like to consult with media and get back to you with a recommendation for a realistic expectation for awareness for a campaign of this size.
Addie, this is Robin. May I speak, Mr. Chairman?
Please, Commissioner.
Yes, can you tell us again the final date of Hoffman York? I thought it was coming up, isn't it?
Our contract ends on June 30th at the end of the fiscal.
Okay, so for it to increase, 15% by the end of will these ads keep on going on Facebook, Instagram, or it is over? Like you said, was it in May?
The campaign currently runs through May 31st, yes.
And that will be as long as it goes on Facebook and Instagram
And LinkedIn, yes.
and LinkedIn. So 15% in that short of, I mean, in that amount of time, is that what you, I guess that's what you need to ask your team.
15% by the end of June or 15% by,
December 31. Year to year, 22, 23.
Okay.
That should give us some ability for this to have residual effect over the ensuing months. And then we can do informal views 24, 25, because, and we could attribute some of that growth, we don't know how much, to the campaign. But we need a kind of a quick shot early in the year, halfway through, and maybe a 15% is not a good number, but we have to have a number if we're going to say we succeeded. We should have had a number before we started. A reasonable number based on professional experience too. Granted, but we should know what we're shooting for to see if the money was worth it.
You know, I think with a campaign investment this modest in a state of 1 million people, you know, HY and MSL chose not to do a larger brand awareness survey at the start of this because we didn't feel that was a proportionally good investment. You know, those types of studies also cost money to execute. I'm thinking creatively though, you know, we did survey the League of Cities and Towns in Mako, for example, at the start of this campaign. And maybe there's an opportunity, and that was like a very small, inexpensive to execute outreach. And perhaps there's a way to reach back to that audience and see if we've moved the needle. And, you know, kind of think outside the box, given that we don't have, you know, an initial starting survey as the benchmark for this.
That would be good. League of City and Mako.
Chairman, do we feel wrapped here? Should I, there wasn't too much more that I wanted to share other than, you know, we did want to have some earned support behind specifically the efforts for Talking Book Library and Real-Time Network. I kind of mentioned that. And that was really the conclusion here. And I think there's been some good discussion throughout.
Addie, I look forward to listening to your report in June. Are there any other comments or discussion items to bring up?
Just the information. Yeah.
Yeah, and when you have a presentation, could you just send it forward so we can see it before the meeting?
Of course.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you all for having me.
Thanks,
Addie.
All right. Next on our agenda is discussion of State Library Commission bylaws review and subcommittee discussions. We had a big conversation when we met last about where our bylaws stood, what our thoughts were of them, what we wanted to see, or I guess direction of us as an operation as we are now, and if it's working, if it's not working, what we would suggest. From that conversation, we agreed that we should connect with Lieutenant Governor and get some advice and guidance. Commissioner Taylor and I did meet with the Lieutenant Governor with librarian staff early March during the first transmittal, and had a good conversation about ways we can work together to you know, do this as a commission. And I don't think we were on the wrong track when we brought this conversation up at the last meeting. But doing it in a way where we're all involved in that process. The feedback and guidance from the Lieutenant Governor was that let's establish a working group of no more than 3 commissioners to bring this as a item to the June meeting. Are there any questions about that conversation that we had with Lieutenant Governor?
Thanks for doing that.
Absolutely. Is there anyone who would be interested in serving on such a work group?
I would.
I would.
Do you think a work group is? So what I'm hearing is you would support a work group. And
Bring this forward.
Yep. Okay,
Not we just passed at work sessions that would come forward for the group.
Yep.
So you want a third, would that be you?
yeah, I'll serve as third until my term expires, and at which point in time I'll appoint a replacement. All right. Any other discussion on this item? Jenny or Peggy? Hearing none, we'll move forward. On to the consent agenda. I know that Commissioner Hull had pointed out, see if I can remember my schedule.
It's confusing to me.
But we need to update the meeting minutes from February to reflect comments she made. But that's all I only got.
There were 2 agendas we received, Genevieve, and the first one was. This one was within the opening, but the other one was the cover that went out to the public.
For February.
No, for today. Anyway, this one. This is the one that went,
I think that's the meeting materials list.
Right.
that's on the website.
That's
Yeah.
just the, yeah, that's just the page and ask them that links like we usually.
So
Okay.
I think
and there was reference here to the minutes from the 12:07.
So they're just for reference, they've already been finalized. So they're-
Right, and we need to finalize it.
They were finalized.
Okay, because I looked at them and I had brought up that there was a motion made at that meeting by Tom that we tabled the discussion on the e-content till we actually read the legal opinion, and I seconded it, and it was defeated 4-2. But I think it should still be in the minutes.
Was it not in the minutes?
No, but I did bring it up and it didn't get in the minutes, so I wanted to make
Yep.
sure it
So I
got
will
in the
go
minutes.
back, I will kind of like unfinalize those and then bring them back. and
Yeah,
fix
if you
them.
don't mind.
Yeah. no
And
problem.
it was a motion made by Tom. And it
Yeah,
was seconded by
e-content.
me, that we table the e-content until we had a chance to read the legal
So next
opinion.
all legal motion. Okay. I will
And
go
it
back.
was defeated 4-2 with Elsie not being there.
Okay. I will re-listen to that recording and find that and add it back into the minutes and bring them back in June, then they'll be as a draft. That
Whatever
sounds
you
correct.
think.
as amended.
Okay, okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Hull.
You bet.
Okay. Now on to,
Do we move
All
on the
items.
consent agenda?
yeah, would the members of the commission like to hear the consent agenda as single items or together as a whole?
Together as a whole.
All right, just.
Dessert.
Tom, what about you?
Can you list the items really quickly for me?
Yeah, on our consent agenda today is the meeting minutes from February 8th, the Montana State Library Trust Policy, the Montana State Library Conference Room Use Policy, the fiscal year 23 third quarter financial report.
On financial reports, we are just acknowledging the receipt of the report,
Right, accepting it.
accepting the
Yeah,
report.
exactly.
Yeah, I'm fine with a bundle.
All right,
I so move that we approve the consent agenda items as stated.
so a second,
A second.
moved by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Burnett to accept the consent agenda Is there any further discussion from members of the commission? Hearing no discussion, is there any public comment? Hearing no discussion, I'll call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, commission goals and objectives. Annual business calendar.
I just want to check, so I think that I have something wrong on that page. The budget should be in June, so April, so I will fix that on.
I said, don't we have to wait for the legislature? Is that only every other year that it's in June?
Right, it typically, on non-legislative years, we'll consider it in April, but because of the session, we consider it in June, so.
I'll
it
make
can
note,
actually
yeah, I'll
kind
make
be
note of
in
that.
both
Okay.
places. And then we also have the Federation Plans of Service at your upcoming June meeting. We'll have a report on the Federation study and their recommendations. We'll also have a report on the continuing education study and their recommendations. We'll bring back the discussion about the strategic framework, goals and objectives, continue that conversation with all of you. And obviously a kind of a legislative wrap up as well. I'm sure there'll be other agenda items, but those are the ones that we know of at this point. There was a question earlier about the process that we go through in June to talk about nominations for commission chair and vice chair. The way the process is laid out in our bylaws right now. So in June, the commission has a discussion about who may wish to be nominated or to nominate someone to be the chair and vice chair. And part of that discussion is a conversation about what might be coming up in that year, that term that the chair and vice chair would serve, so that the commission is aware, like, this year we had a legislative session, so the chair is involved in that kind of work. Any other studies or issues that might be coming forward in the next year that commissioners might want to be aware of when they're considering whether or not they want to serve as chair and vice chair. That is what occurs in June. There's nominations in June, and then the commission votes in August. That's the current process that's laid out in the bylaws.
I might just refer to practice at Legislative Audit Committee. Nominations are heard the day that the vote is taken. I suppose that's true throughout the legislative branch. So that makes more sense to me.
And that's
Voting be done at the time of nomination.
if in the bylaws work group, the commission wants to consider a change, that's something that can be considered when you look at changing your bylaws.
I think we did it that way last year. I thought
No, I was.
you were nominated in June.
I
We
was
both
nominated in
did.
June, we voted in August.
Okay. All right, but new board members are seated May, what did you say? You told me.
So it is cycles. My term ends in May. That's just when I came on. I don't think there's a rhyme or reason to why commissioners are, but I think staggered is the best approach.
And also, even though the term, there's an end date, the governor's office has also said commissioners serve until there's a new appointment. So Dalton may serve beyond May,
I see.
or he may get reappointed. If an appointment isn't made, he may continue to serve until another appointment is made. So when people start does vary depending on when the governor's office makes appointments.
Because I was appointed in April to fulfill years, I believe. And then my appointment was June, or
Yeah, so you filled that term.
I did that term and then started a new one I received notice of it before the June meeting. Okay.
Exactly.
Mr. Chair, I'm not seeing any procedure for voting for officers in the in the bylaws. It just says annually elect a presiding officer.
Hold on, I just sent this to you guys.
I didn't think I did either, but I was sure, maybe I saw it.
Yeah, yes, it's on page 2, number 4, election of officers. B, at the last meeting of the fiscal year, which is normally in June, candidates shall self-nominate themselves for office or be nominated by other commissioners. And then go to C, at the first regular meeting of the fiscal year, which is normally held in August, the chairperson and vice chair will be elected annually.
So it is ready.
Yeah, we'd have to strike it. And then if it is to be changed, make the suggestion and the commission would vote for it.
That's part of what that committee is gonna do,
Yeah, so the committee will bring.
bring it
proposed-
forward if we think it
Yeah,
could be changed.
bring proposed changes.
Okay.
But procedurally, we would be able to change it on the fly. We have authority to change bylaws. With proper public notice. As we go. We don't have to do that at any set time.
Right. Yeah, we have an operating calendar that says we will look at it at this point in time. The calendar doesn't say we annually look at it in June. The calendar says we look at it in February. But we're extending our conversations into continuing if we want to do it right. So we're gonna.
So if we're recommending to change it, that could be an item in the June meeting.
Yes.
Okay. I understand. Before we finish, can I share something? I had asked ahead of time, that we discuss, the committees, having an executive committee and legal opinions coming on behalf of us, but to Jenny. Is there anything else from Peggy or Elsie or that they would like this subcommittee of Tom and I and Dalton to address? We're just talking about anything that came up in the work session about our policies or whatever.
So the work group that I would establish would be to review and propose changes of the
The
bylaws.
rules and the bylaws.
Yep.
Mhm. Was there anything else we discussed at that bylaw meeting that they would like us to put on?
Yes, we have to remember to include the evaluation of the state librarian.
That should be there too. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Taylor.
I just want to make a suggestion that we hold our October meeting in Circle, Montana. That's been a tradition for the State Library Commission to hold at least one meeting a year in a library around the state, either in August or in October. The reason for suggesting Circle actually stems back to the Excellent Library Services Award. Staff were pointing out when they were reviewing the applications for that award, that there were about a half a dozen libraries that really went above and beyond in the services that they're providing, and Circle being a prime example of that. And so by hosting the commission meeting in Circle, it would be a chance for you to see firsthand some of the unique services that they're offering. And we would also then like to invite those 4 or 5 other libraries to come to that meeting and be recognized for the unique services that they're offering. So wanted to get your input on having that meeting in Circle in October.
Does her Circle have a hotel?
We've been talking about that. We probably need, we may need to stay in like Wolf Point.
Oh, really?
Or
Yeah,
Glen.
I've seen the circle.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
They had
Still does.
mosquitoes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what he said.
He said they have mosquitoes bigger than sheep.
Oh, yeah.
Know about the possibility of weather problems in October versus August.
Yeah, I was wondering that also.
The problem with August is that libraries are typically still in their summer reading programs, so it gets difficult for them to host and travel to meetings in August. And these small libraries, so October tends to work better for the smaller rural libraries.
And is that a weekday?
It'll be the Wednesday.
That's good.
Yeah,
We do not want to run into a buck ticket.
we don't, you're right.
At the Hilton.
Maybe the,
I actually did see President Bodnar here this morning, so there's something going on higher end.
Okay, good. Well, I think Mary James, the librarian there, will be very excited to host it.
It'll be safe in October from mosquitoes.
The state bird.
Right, Jenny?
Hopefully we'll be safe from from mosquitoes in October.
So there is other business on today's agenda, as I shared at the beginning of the meeting. Genevieve or Jenny, please correct me. Do I need to ask for public comment now, or can I ask for it after other business?
You can switch the agenda, that doesn't matter.
Okay, so as I shared at the beginning of today's meeting, there were a few items of other business that we are going to bring up and that were brought up in discussion that were pertinent to the areas of today's agendas, since they weren't added as line items, but instead discussed during other business. Those include the Library Commission legal opinions, a subcommittee recordings, and elections. We've already discussed elections in our calendar review, so I'm not going to bring that up in other business unless you would like. But for legal opinion for the Library Commission, it was asked by Commissioner Hall that we look into this, and this is what the feedback I had received from the Lieutenant Governor. It is the commission and not a single member of the commission has authority to engage an attorney to seek legal opinion. If the commission has requested a legal opinion on a matter, such as the termination of a contract, the application of law to the commission or state library, the commission is certainly entitled to see that opinion. There may be exceptions to the commission's review of legal opinions when rights of privacy or other specialized concerns are raised. So what we can, or what counsel we've received is we can distribute those materials individually, but not publish them online.
like I would
Right.
put them in meeting materials.
So my request with that was only that we get the legal opinion if it deals with an issue we're voting on before we vote on. Because I agree with you. Sometimes you had said that we had two different opinions. Our consultant felt like all legal opinions that we pay for, or not pay for, but that we request as a group, not individually. We're only performing as a group. Such as the one, do minors, can we restrict what minors read? And our consultant felt like everything was public. But from what I understand, the attorney you talked to at the state said, no, they didn't want that opinion public. So it seemed to me like it was a good in between. What Dalton just said, but we have to see it before we vote.
Yeah, what I think we need to do a better line defining is how do we, as a commission, say we want legal opinion? Because it's not just Commissioner Johnson saying, I want legal opinion.
No.
We need write this down for bylaw provisions as a process to work out. How do we do this?
And I do, and I'm not at all. You have to believe me on this, because I understand completely that it was within the privilege of the board to vote Tom and I down.
But I'm very uncomfortable that we didn't table that decision that was so hinging on a legal opinion until we saw the legal opinion. And so all I'm trying to avoid is that doesn't happen again. Because I do know people were kind of like, oh, you know, so I'm just saying, if we have asked for a legal opinion, let us read it before we vote.
And I think from a process perspective, when we bring something for, as a draft for commission review, if the commission at that point says, we'd like to see a legal opinion on, you know, this policy or this question in this policy, then we can engage with agency legal services and get that opinion and distribute it via email as described.
Because sometimes you don't know you need a legal opinion till you're in it. I mean, and so sometimes you need to, I think we need to be able to say, whoa, halt. We're gonna halt this till we get the legal opinion, just so we don't step in ourselves.
It sounds like we're on the same page.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then recording the committees, I didn't know if we ever agreed on that. We just talked about it would cost more staff time, but I've talked to people who say, no, it doesn't. You just have you just
So
push
here's
a
the
button.
feedback we got back. On subcommittee recordings. Whether or not to record meetings is an appropriate subject for the commission. The library commission is not one of the boards required to record a meeting. But the commission may choose to do so. And this is MCA 23214 and 23211, which allows a public member attending a public meeting to record the meeting so long as it does not interfere with the content of the meeting.
Now, we're talking about committee meeting,
Yeah, that was
not this meeting. This is recorded.
Yep, subcommittee meetings was how the question was premised.
And the lieutenant governor, when we visited about the bylaw recommendation to have subcommittees, did recommend that we have formal minutes of those subcommittee meetings, whether or not that's based on an actual recording or written minutes is a question for the commission.
And I'm at your direction.
And again, this was a recommendation of the consultant that we should be recording everything, even committee meetings, because they're open to the public, and then we, as the rest of the committee or board, can see what happened. We're not a very big group,
They're easy to record.
so are we going to or not?
Just at the discretion of the commission, it could be a recommendation.
Why don't we pose that question when we bring the bylaw recommendation, since the bylaws will deal with the matter of subcommittees,
good idea.
and then we can make sure we're following good process.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We are now finished with other business. I'm now going to call for public comment on any matter not contained on this agenda that is within the jurisdiction of the State Library Commission.
If I may speak,
Um,
I'm on public. Bruce Newell, speaking for the Trust for Montana Libraries. Thursday, which is, I guess, tomorrow. On third floor from 5 to 6 p.m. The trust could be delighted to host any of you to a glass of wine or beer and some discussion about the future of libraries in Montana and to exchange good wishes. I will leave a couple bookmarks. Which just by coincidentally have the date and time.
Thank you. I love bookmarks. I'm a collector.
Thank you.
Is there any other public comment?
The meeting tomorrow is where?
It
It's,
is
up at
Floor.
the
20th
20th.
floor at 11:15. And I will not be able to be there, but Tracy Cook
Oh,
and
okay.
Evan will be staffing that event. And I've shared with Commissioner Johnson and Commissioner Taylor a kind of a rough agenda for that event. Mostly, this is just open discussion. Librarians bring questions, comments, concerns, and there's time for open discussion. If there's a need for prompting discussion, which I highly doubt I think continuing this discussion we had earlier today about House Bill 91. I know that there's an interest in getting feedback from libraries about the Federation study, and Tracy's prepared to have some prompting questions related to that Federation study. And then a discussion about the need for some of the administrative role changes, including the question of the master's degree. So, like I said, I think there's no shortage of discussion points that will come up tomorrow, but there is an agenda available that Evan and Tracy have that I've shared with the Commissioner Dalton and Taylor, should it become necessary.
Comment, if I may, I think we may have mentioned month and a half ago, we had a couple of legislative committee meetings where we really had some amazing support for the library to come out, particularly in front of the, I believe it was the House Natural Resources Committee, was praising the work of library staff. And so I wanted to, in case that hadn't been communicated, I wanted to make you aware of that. But also just in the last, I think it's literally in the last 2 weeks, I've had 3 different people approach me complimenting our staff. First was in the context of the geo-enabled elections work and what an amazing service our GIS staff have provided for Secretary of State's office. So that was a very nice compliment that we got from a well-respected colleague. And then just last week, another person reached out to me to tell me he had stopped by some of the sessions at the Mega GeoCon, the GIS conference in Bozeman last week, and was just blown away by the professionalism, the quality of the presentations that MSL staff have been putting on at that conference. So, and then I think maybe a day later, I was exchanging texts with someone who made the comment that when MLAC wins, we all win. You all provide a good service needed by our state. And those were just such, it was just such an astounding set of great compliments to our staff. I just wanted to share that with you in such a short period of time.
Here, here.
Here, here.
That's great.
And if you're having presentations in our communities, I'd love to know in advance. I'd come hear you.
Great.
Because I would understand more.
Genevieve, was there any public comment online? Is there any other public?
Chair,
comment?
one question for Jenny. Would you remind us about the hearing tomorrow? Is that on with the Senate or?
Yes, Senate Finance and Claims, it starts at 8 AM.
Okay, is there video or audio of that I can listen into?
Yep, there is. I'll send you the link. It's through that, the streaming service that the legislature makes available.
Great.
Will you send it to me also, Jenny, please?
Absolutely. I'll
All
send
of us,
that
I
out.
appreciate it.
Absolutely, yeah. And then oh,
Go ahead.
I thought our budget was through.
the budget is most of the way through. So we've gone through the House, we've gone through Senate Finance and Claims. The full Senate will have a floor debate. We thought it was actually gonna be today. It doesn't look like it's gonna be this week, so probably sometime next week. And then invariably, the budget goes to pre-conference, so it'll probably go back to the House for any amendments and then potentially pre-conference. At this point, we're not expecting any changes to our budget within House Bill 2. The hearing tomorrow is on House Bill 91, the state aid bill that's being heard in Senate Finance. Peggy, did you have another question?
I just wanted to say, I'm sorry I wasn't able to join you this time, but you guys are doing a great job, so thank you.
Evan, I thought Senate Bill 60 was up for a third reading today. Have you seen it?
I have not seen it.
We'll let you know on that one too.
Now, are you presenting at this convention, Jenny?
Depending on when I get back, I'll be on a panel Friday morning.
Okay.
So I'm gonna miss a couple of things tomorrow morning. We'll see what the day brings.
Any other discussion from members of the commission or public member or items on the agenda?
Well done, Doc.
Hearing none, I call this meeting adjourned.
Well,
Yeah, we're only behind the clock.
we're only 9 minutes old. That's awesome.